У тебя форма есть?
Тебе для запекания?
Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. И так.
Пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите накопительный ВТБ-счет.
Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее.
А почему еще не в форме?
Крутим долг.
А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Безграничен, Level Kitchen, безграничен, Level Kitchen, вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level, Level Kitchen. Доставим, где бы ты не был.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Если радио, то максимум.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
Happy New Drift, dear friends. Hello and welcome to the Leningrad Oblast. Welcome to Igora Drive Circuit. Yes, this is Real Automoto Disneyland, and this is the second time it's hosting our event. And here we are finishing our 15th season of Russian Drift Series. And as far as this configuration that we can already refer to as classic, we are using it for the 5th time in our history. This time, this is absolute classical configuration, the one that we had in 2020 with a big curve at the finish. And this is the personal rating where we have already found out who the champion will be, but the other places are still not determined. So now we already know that Artem Shabanov is the 10th champion of Russian Drift Series. And among the other candidates for the top 3, we only have our regulars, those who have been prize winners and champions a number of times. Arkady Tseregradzev and Georgiy Chevchan have got lots of titles altogether. But there is only, I guess, only one newcomer, if we don't take any abstract mathematics. This is Georgiy Gusev, who for the first time in his career got to the first place in personal standings. But of course, he is craving for the leadership. It would be a good compensation for some stagnation that he had by the end of the season. So there are still lots of questions to be answered. And moreover, there is also team's rating where nothing is clear this far. It is all very vague because Time Up team is a winner, is a leader, but it's only 25 points away from Fresh Racing. And for the 3rd place, there is also a very, very intense battle. Evolution UKDV by Одержимый Motorsport and Takaevan Forward Auto are only 3 points apart, and they are competing for the 3rd place. So this event will put it all in places. We will dot all the I's. The Lukoil guys, if Grigori Gusev, and we are looking at him as the leader of the team this season, if Grigori Gusev did it the way he can, if he does it the way he has shown himself in the practice, Lukoil Racing Drift Team also has some chances for the top 3 in the team's rating. So a lot will depend on the qualifying as well. So let's take a look at what it's going to be like. Let's take a look at the judges' task that will be used to assess the performance of our drivers. There are 10 control points at last, just 10 without slashes, no inner clipping points. The 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd TGs are traditionally, well, they used to be clipping zones. Now these are touch and goes, and there are 3 of them. And the first curve is around 85 meters. Then there is a transition, then the 2nd sector begins. It is all laden with TGs, and there you can get a lot of score. 5 checkpoints, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, and 8 are very close together, and they're supposed to be collected in one move. And then the transition to the last sector, where you've got only 2 TGs, and therefore it can give you the least score. By the way, even though TG 6, 7, and 8 are standing on the same line, they are all different in price, because you get in TG6, well, basically for free if you have been doing everything correctly, but to continue your line in correct way through TG7 and TG8, you've got to stay really alert. You've got to be very attentive, and it may take you some effort to draw the correct line. This is why we've got 2 speed control points in the 2nd sector, apart from the traditional one at the initiation. If it doesn't rain, then you cannot go below 160 kilometers per hour. 159 kilometers per hour would be a 0 for you. The initiation at a speed of 160, 165 still gives you some penalization, but if it is 165 plus, then you are doing great and you will be encouraged with the absence of deductions. From TG5 to TG6, the distance is around 75 meters. There your speed must be at least 80 kilometers per hour. And then TG6, 7, and 8 is a 65-meter section of the track, and there your speed must be at least 75 kilometers per hour. So yes, the speed is falling, and the judges acknowledge that. There is no deceleration zone as such, but nevertheless TG6 is supposed to be the point where you are pressing the accelerator and go full throttle. And, well, there are lots of little details, and traditionally the second sector is the most intensive in various kinds of happenings here at Igora Drive. And by the way, this configuration is much longer than at the Red Ring circuits, but there are only 3 sectors. But this is just a peculiarity of this track. Now we have taken a brief look through the participants list. We've got only 26, which means that 6 will not only go to by-run zone, they will go directly to tomorrow, to top 16, because we cancelled by-runs in top 32 to stick to the timing, because, well, it is autumn and the day is getting shorter. And I remind you that this is the 21st of September, even though it feels like very, very late May or something. Yeah, it's hard to believe that we are not in August anymore. It is already September. The summer is over. Okay, so whatever. Let's leave the calendar alone. But it feels much better in August or in September than in February. And, you know, in St. Petersburg, when February gets to the 42nd day, this type of weather is much more pleasant to experience. As far as the temperatures are concerned, yesterday we noticed some inadequate operation of the temperature sensor on the road. So we will take a look at these numbers, but we will only use them for reference. Temperature of the air is plus 10 centigrade here in Priozersky district of the Leningrad Oblast. What you see out there is the new motorway, which is not really suffering from the holiday runners, because it is not that hot anymore, and everyone coming to this place are coming to our autodrome. The dacha season is over, but the drifting season is not over yet. We could say that we are reaching the climax of the season, because apart from the final of RDS Grand Prix next week, we've got the RDS Europe final, and then all together with all our big families going to the city of Rostov-on-Don to hold the history's first official Drifting Cup of Russia, the super final of RDS, which we also call RDS GP versus RDS Europe, but this is a kind of informal name. But our event, by the way, is called VTB Final of RDS GP 2024. Let's keep it in mind. And we are only several steps away from the beginning of the qualifying runs. And the task, unfortunately, just like it was the first 5, is just to get any kind of score to the finish. And, well, I believe that all of our drivers are qualified enough to do this. They must nail it, because they're in RDS GP for a reason. And here comes the first one, and this is Evgeny Spirin, if I'm not mistaken, because he is the first one in our list to open the qualifying. It looks like Evgeny has relaxed towards the final. He finally managed to see eye to eye with his car, because we have seen some really good performance during the practice days. And he also secretly shared with me that here he feels much better on board his Supra at Igora than on board his SX last year. Who could ever imagine? This is the highest speed track of our series, and it makes sense that a more powerful car is better for this configuration. Many of the drivers confessed their love for this track. This is a very interesting configuration. We also spoke about it in our Friday news. So if you missed it, you can watch it on YouTube. But there is a funny geographical observation. Here, the start and the finish have the same elevation above sea level. Even though it looks like the cars are going down and down and down, but yes, there is some like 3.5 meters downhill run, and then they go gradually up, taking off towards the finish. So generally speaking, this is a downhill and an uphill run. It makes a certain impact on the behavior of the car, and this is extremely interesting to watch. And the judges also asked the drivers if they used the terrain, and they said, yes, we do. But what kind of things in the terrain can you use, and how do you do that? These are the questions they will probably answer today. And, well, as a result, yesterday, it wasn't really torturing, but it was really exciting to see how the drivers were trying to set up for the judges' task. Andrei Astapov was asked to violate the task, and then they said, oh wow, it looks even better, so let's break the rules. Breaking the rules is great. It feels amazing. So if you missed our reports, if you missed our news, you can always find the links to our social media. As far as the difference between the configuration this year and the last year's configuration, first of all, this is the classical configuration, but now it is slightly longer, from 833 to 846 meters. And the length of the scored section of the track has also grown. It was 623, now it's 641. It is only 1 meter shorter than the reverse configuration we had in June. So in Nizhny Novgorod, for example, we have seen some serious changes in the judges' task. But here it is not that critical. Almost meter-to-meter coincidation both ways. Even though track-wise it feels very different. But it feels really great to get back to the classics. And it's really great to see that there is no rain in the weather forecast. It's not going to be hot, but we remind you that if you haven't got enough clothes on you, you can always go to RDS shop where you can find windproof, warm, and just beautiful garments. So please use this chance while you have it, because in Krasnoyarsk we ran out of hoodies very, very soon. So hurry up. Getting back to RDS shop, if you buy enough goods for 1,500 rubles, you can get a limited collection pin that was issued for the 15th season of RDS Grand Prix. You can also get the spin if you do 2 drift taxi runs, which is also available here at Igora Drive. Drifting Academy. Yes, the academician is here, so Drifting Academy should also be available. Anton Novikov, Stanislav Dolgih and his colleagues are here presenting their drifting taxi here. While the judges are on their tower, the academy is functioning. Some bad news for you. Even before the first run begins, unfortunately, number 53, Anton Klimkov from St. Petersburg, is declaring technical failure. We really wanted to see him, first of all, because here he got to top 4 in his career for the first time. And generally, he's been having quite a good season. You can see how the quantity can be converted into quality. It looks like all his training under supervision of Evgeny Losev is bringing its fruit, and we could see that he can do some real major drifting. And yesterday, as we observed him during the practice, we reassured that he's really capable of doing things. His tandem runs were very convincing, but we don't know what the reason is, but I guess we will find it out very soon. And as soon as we do, we will tell you about it in our pre-race show. Now you can see Evgeny speeding, dancing in his burnout dance. And here are our partners. The general sponsor of Russian Drift Series is VTB PJSC. And the general partner is IMOL, premium brand motor oil manufacturer. Linglong is our official partner, the tire manufacturer from China. Now we will see Evgeny speeding testing the Linglong Hero. Evgeny is speeding on board his Toyota Supra A80, and we've got 5 of them in our series, 800 HP, and we are ready to start the qualifying run of the 7th stage RDS GP 2024. Evgeny speeding is kicking off, 3 reds, 1 green, and yes, automatics is working like Swiss clock. And now we go, let's go, 200-something meters of running, and the full throttle line begins right here. Touch and go, 1, 2, 3, 85 meters curve. Then he does the first transition through touch and go 4 and 5 along this curved edge of the track. This is not a no-go zone, this is the border of the track. Then after TG8, there are only 2 more clips left, and here, of course, with some little violations, Evgeny speeding is getting to the finish. Perhaps due to the perspective from which we see it, to the cameras, this run looked very dynamic. We will now see replay, perhaps from alternative angles, because you cannot always see the right dynamics. You cannot always be objective about how it looks. And I'm also waiting for the drift dynamics data to see the speed, but it looks like we've got some interruptions once again. But well, even if it does, it is all in favor of the driver. What we can say about this? First of all, Evgeny showed a very dynamic run, but nevertheless, sometimes the track looked a little too narrow for him. He had some wheels outside. Oh, this is the bird's eye view. This is what I really love, a beautiful Toyota Supra Fly. Yeah, this is... we're looking at it from the drone. Wow, it's cool that we can have drones flying around. The dotted line near TG6 is where you're supposed to press the accelerator. I could see the smoke flowing, because sometimes some of the drivers prefer to open up in advance to avoid various kinds of problems, to avoid penalizations. Here is the transition here. And yes, the wheel is out. And I think it happened at least twice, if not 3 times. 6, 7, and 8 here. From 6 to 7 was not really accurate. And then here, yes, near the finish. So it would be at least minus 6 points for the line it would be. I haven't seen such views this far. But it's cool to see the driver from his cockpit. Can we see the spectator stands from here? Yes, good transition. And now, no. I could see the judges. Wow, hello. Hello, yeah, great to see you. If there's a screen. Here, Evgeny can see himself, how great he's doing. And now the score is coming. And as soon as it's here, we will let you know. And you will see the graphics. And then we will proceed with the first group. And we've got 4 groups. In the first group, we've got 7 participants. Yes, we will see it all right now. I just took a little look into our secret chat. And there are some reasons for us to be optimistic. First of all, this is not a 0. Yeah, he has collected all the TGs except for these line violations, some little angle violations. The commitment was also compromised in the first sector, I think because Evgeny was late with pressing the accelerator after the initiation. It wasn't very clear from the camera, like I personally didn't see it very well, but nevertheless this is 83.5, which is a great score for the first run. All right, let's continue watching, dear friends. You can tell that due to the technical failure of Anton Klimko, the group that is going directly to top 16 is getting bigger. Now we've got 7, and we haven't had it for a long time. It's too bad we don't have anyone from RDS Europe. But, well, they're having a final in a week, so they just have no time. Alexei, the teammate of Evgeny Spirin from VS Team Car X, another Supra A80, and he represents beautiful town of Leninsk Kuznetsky. And he is now going on his first qualifying run, the black and green Supra. Yesterday, Alexei Vakhtin had some problems. He's been pressing the accelerator so violently that the collector couldn't stand it. And now he's got one wheel slipping away once again. And here, once again, he cannot fit his aggression into the track. And here, well, there's too much steering. He is fighting so hard for the stabilization. This is a very big correction. There will be a huge deduction for various criteria. Some wheels outside, and I wonder if Stanislav Dolgih counts the TG10. We will see whether it has or hasn't been collected, but you know, it is a very dangerous point. You can basically get out of the track and then you can get more deductions. Well, this is all very simple. If you have one wheel outside and the other stays, then you're getting the outside clip and you get -2. If you have 2 wheels outside and no rear wheel touches the touch and go, then it is -5 for the wheels, plus -3 for skipping the touch and go. So it is a very serious mistake. Moreover, speaking about this quite complicated TG6, 7, 8, then we will, the sector that is closer to the spectator stands, this is where Alexei is right now. The angle is supposed to be medium big and then medium again. Anton Novikov set up this task in this way. Well, Alexei did something similar, but I think it was like something like medium, big, big, medium, big, some Morse code of angles. So at last, the drift dynamic system is working, but when we have interruptions, it usually means that some data packages can come late. So I really wonder what was happening to Evgeny Spirin. I guess we will find this information. By the way, the diagram of Evgeny Spirin looks pretty adequate. And, well, you know, His speed was 160.6, so he is running on the edge. And this is the 4 points for commitment. This is where it came from. This is the explanation. So it was not about the accelerator. It was about the speed, because our judges get all the data on time. Alexei just got through the deceleration zone, which is marked with dotted line, but it is very small. It is tiny. Then it was slightly expanded after the practice. The speed of Alexei Vakhtin is 165, which is, which is enough. And therefore, he will not have penalization for this parameter. But you could perfectly see that sometimes the Supra also traveled outside the track, and now the judges will have to calculate it all. Now they will try to find out whether it was 1 or 2. I think it's more of 2 than 1, and the rear right wheel saved Alexei from the line penalization. He will lose 2 points, but it's much less than the potential 8. And there were some other mistakes, but, well, speaking about this sector as such, then it looks this way. Vladimir Safonov is a merciless judge, and I think that he is gonna do all the deductions that he can. You know, when you get this dust topping on our drifting ice cream, it looks better. Yes, Stanislav Dalgir gives him 6 points deduction. By the way, among the 2 drivers who have already done their qualifying runs, none of them has missed any TG. This is a 100% performance, so this is how you do it. But now you just need to learn how to stay within the track. And the score of Alexei Vakhtin is 80.5. This is the second place out of the 2. It is not a very good result, but, well, whatever. It is not a 0. Now we will see Anton Dmitryenko from Irkutsk. Yesterday he practiced so hard that his carbon drive shaft said, "I'm out of here," and it broke in halves. And he got 2 little drive shafts out of 1 big. And thankfully he had a new one in stock, or he borrowed one from Sergey's sack. So why not? The drivers keep helping each other, even though their professionalism is growing. Anton Dmitryenko is also progressing. His angle is now medium, not a single correction. At least this is how it looks from this angle. Now he makes a transition. He's already in the hardest part of the track. He's collecting all the 3 TGs, but, well, he was probably too fast in the double transition. He didn't reach TG9. So it is not me. It wasn't the jinx. It just happened. It just happens sometimes. It happened on its own. But it's worthwhile noticing that Anton Dmitryenko was one of the fastest. His speed at the initiation was 178. And he did it this way in the warm-up this morning. Of course, how he performed after is a very big question. But here, it was about the angle, about the extreme angle after TG7, because the angle is supposed to be medium to direct your car into touch and go 9. But the task says it has to be medium big, and medium, and TG9 it's supposed to be small. Therefore, you're supposed to straighten out a little, and his angle was 72. It is throwing your car into the opposite direction, and, well, there, all this movement from the big angle in TG7 into medium in TG8 into small in TG9 helps you speed up, which is a part of the judge's task. And by the way, Anton Dmitryenko completely nailed this task, because his speed grew to 115. He started with 75, which is the minimum speed. But anyway, I believe that there will be some deduction for commitment because of the angle. Because even though the speed was increased, if, let's just imagine a situation. So if there had been a chaser after Anton, it would have been very hard for him to handle all these tricks of the leader. I guess the chaser would just stop out there, because such small mistakes that look very insignificant at first can make a huge difference for the chaser. Sometimes this mistaken move looks more spectacular. When you're running at huge angles and you're throwing your car all around, it looks savage, it looks cool. But anyway, for the judges, it is a violation of their criterion. Here's what we've got. -3 for TG9, which was completely ignored. Then there has been no sector without any significant penalization. There is some style deduction everywhere. And moreover, we remember that fluidity is a criterion that is often neglected. But now Anton Dmitryenko is the leader of the qualifying because he's got 84.5 points. Anatoli Sherbak is coming next. He also represents VS Team Car X. What kind of a car you're going to see now? It is S14. Yesterday, Anatoli was a little reproached during the briefing. Get faster, the judges said, and he got it to 174 kilometers per hour. But, by the way, the judges have been pretty happy with his performance for this car. But, oh, at least 2 wheels were there, or maybe even 3, but at least not 4, which is good. There was a very big correction in the first sector. And now he's already finishing the second one through the double transition. And wow, did you see that angle in TG10? If he had done it without the correction, then I believe his score would have been much higher. But this way it would be a little reduced. It will not be the maximum. It is interesting how he is running in a diagonal line. And here as well, it is the time we think whether there is any problem with the steering. Because it looks like there is something technical about it. Because it looks like he's been rotating the steering wheel in a very active way, probably more active than usual, even though it looks like his personal style. Moreover, I know that he really enjoys a lot of grip on the front axle. This is a kind of his personal preference. Maybe this is because Anatoly used to take part in the Russian Ice Racing Cup, and he's got the title of the candidate of sports. We've got, I think, only one Master of Sport, and that is Sergey in our Series A, and also Grigori Burlutsky, who is the champion of Russia in circuit racing. He is also a Rally Cup winner, or prize winner. I guess he had a second place. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, we are now watching Anatoli Sherbak in slow-mo as he's running through various parts of the track. The asphalt is pretty cold, the pressure is low, and the soft side panel is very actively working. But even in this high-speed configuration, the long tires can survive through 3 runs. We're quite used to seeing the tandem runs as heats, even during the practice. They do 1 run, then they swap the runs. But this time, everyone went 3 runs, because the tires could survive. And also for the drivers, it was important to see whether there is enough grip. And they liked rehearsing the initiation. And only after that you could hear that the tire has been run flat and there's only the carcass left. And just take a look how far the finish is from the last clipping point. TG10 is 775 meters from the start and finishes 845. So for the last 90 meters, the drivers are basically not doing anything. In the previous view, you could see the old finishing line, so you could see that it was moved further away. Anatoli Sherbak is modifying the asphalt marking as he is crossing the line and probably raising the paint. I think at least 3 wheels were outside. And this is the moment when you see it. There is an additional dotted line, which doesn't mean anything. It is only there to show that Anatoli Sherbak also has crossed the line. Here you can see the fresh border of the track. Oh, no, this is the no-go zone, which is in this situation is marked with this straight line from the circuit configuration, and there's an additional curve added to it. This is a no-go zone. The chaser is allowed to go there, the leader is not. And this is the element that helps you moving along the edge after touching go 10. So if you're seduced to go inwards, then you shouldn't. And here's another innovation. These are additional track borders. You can see them on the right-hand side near touch and go 9. There's a little rounded line that is supposed to keep the drivers within and to direct them on the direct vectors. this is not a real limit. It's more of a milestone. This is more of a reference line. We've got the same reference line between TG5 and TG6, which is for you to aim. It is then taking you directly to touch and go 6. It is looking into TG6. So this is your correct vector. Obviously, the score must be ready. Stanislav Dolgih was counting. Took him quite a long time. Oh, wow! It is minus 15 for the wheels alone. Because, yeah, minus 3, minus 5, minus 10 for the 3 wheels. So Anatoly Cherbak has only 8 points out of 30, but the history knows a 0 for the line with a total productive run. 63.5, a very demotivating result. But if you add that 15, it would have been 78. Not very good anyway. But what does it mean once again? It means that you're not supposed to go outside the track. Vladislav Yerofeev, the rookie of the configuration, he has been to Igora this season, but he went in the reverse, on the reverse configuration. Now let's see what he can do in his first qualifying run. Vladislav Yerofeev, the only representative of the Stavropol region, by the way, officially, even though he doesn't live continuously there. And it is very important that the various regions are represented. But the first touch and goes were not done very well. But here at least everything is going fine. I have some questions to TG7 that the drivers wanted to be moved. And here the border of the line was also compromised by the left rear wheel. So there are quite a lot of details for us to notice. But it doesn't really matter because the run-in speed is 154 kilometers per hour. And if you believe the text version of Drift Dynamics, it could have been some disorder in the Drift Dynamics functioning. We've got hopes, but not high chances. This is the situation when a driver may hope for some technical disorder, but in the text version, something really bad is going on. So we will see whether it is a 0 or not, because obviously there was some electronic breakdown. But this is what we see in our text version. But this is our amateur commentators interface. We've got 2 amateur commentators versions of the software. One is online, where you can see all the diagrams, and the other is the text version, where you see all the numbers, all the figures. If the diagram is incorrect, then you can check out the numbers in the text. And sometimes they also do not coincide. So this is a question to be asked to the creator of the dynamic system. So let's see what the judges say. If they consider it to be inappropriately slow, then it would be a 0. But if you don't see the zeros this far, it means that there should be some score. And this is some technical problem with the data transmission. Unfortunately, it happens from time to time. And if you've been here in June, you should remember that once we even had to postpone the opening ceremony because the radio channels just didn't work. And we need them. They are critical. Sometimes very important people say, and they mute the radio signals, and this... Well, this is their security service doing their job. And since we have problems with our radios, their securities are doing a very good job. One wheel was outside. You can officially use the curb, but then the wheel came outside and then got back again. Which here, from this angle, you will see it very well. He is now on the curb. Then the line begins, but the wheel is still out there. He is supposed to go full throttle right here. And you can see that the smoke is pretty thin. And then he misses, and he misses it again. Too many deductions it's gonna be. I think at least -7. But, well, sometimes you just cannot hit the correct rhythm. And I think this is what happened to Vladislav. Everything got shifted. On one hand, the car is going in the right direction, but on the other, there are lots and lots and lots of little details. Someone said, like, come on, this is not fair, a couple of centimeters and such a big deduction, but how can you do it differently? This is our top league. You've got to be very precise. So this is the -7 that I told you about, plus 2 more points for the wheels. The commitment also compromised in the first sector. I wouldn't judge the criterion because drift dynamics system doesn't really show us what exactly happened. But this is not a zero. Here's what we've got: 21, 27, 33.5, and the total is 81.5. Quite satisfactory. Nothing superb, but well, it wasn't a top run anymore. Stanislav gave 5 more points back to Anatoli. Therefore, it's 68.5, a cashback, but it doesn't really change the situation. Dmitry from Krasnoyarsk on board his Nissan Silvia S15 that has been with his driver since 2007. And this is the first prize winner in the history of Igora Drive, and he's going on his first run. Dmitry from Avtovannaya Mall is doing his first qualifying run, 200 meters of running, then initiation, and here we go, counting the clips along the outside edge of the track, because all of them are on the outside edge. One wheel has slipped outside, the second transition is here, and then he's sliding on the white line, but unfortunately he is falling out right near the wall. But, well, not today, not now at least. And Dmitry is already going through the third sector and crosses the finishing line. And we begin analyzing, and we continue counting. First of all, if we believe the text version of our drift dynamics, it's 162, which is slightly lower than the non-deductible threshold, but the average angle is very good. I like the medium angle in the first curve. And then, according to the judge's instructions, he went through TG5 to TG6. In TG7, one wheel was outside, but to my taste, he was going narrowly in the last curve. But this is nothing but my personal preference. It doesn't really violate the rules, if he doesn't cross any lines, of course. You could see him using the braking system, and this is also something the judges are looking at, because they said that in the curve you are absolutely not allowed, you're not allowed to do any corrections. It's got to be one big stroke. The smoke coming from the front wheels is not always good. You can see that he is adding a little bit of angle before the transition, which also must be deducted, and another correction before the transition. This is something you cannot always see on the camera, but we can see it on drift dynamics. We were also told that theoretically you can add a little more angle, but the most important thing is not to hesitate there. Just make one big stroke, because sometimes the drivers are hanging out there in big angle and it slows them down as they prepare for the next transition. Yes, one wheel was outside near TG8, but speed-wise, everything is correct. So generally, the run is dynamic. It looks good. Some corrections could be introduced in a couple of places, and it could be perfect. By the way, if someone thinks that we are too picky, this is only because yesterday we watched lots of runs, and yesterday we compared them to the first task and the corrected task, and we could see that the average level is very hard. You don't see any failures at all. All the drivers are doing very good. And since the average level is pretty high, just like the judges, we are also forced to take a look at the details, at the smallest details, because this can be the only reason to distribute them in the rating. So the commitment deduction is for the speed. Then one wheel was outside. This is what we saw in the slowest part of the track. And as for the rest is concerned, this is just peanuts. And if I calculated correctly, this is a 90 plus. And yes, who else if not Dmitry? 92, the 90 plus club is open, and he is now rising to the first line of the rating. And if we paraphrase a quotation from one famous movie, then here everyone is running wild. Denis from Vladivostok, Lukoil Racing Drift Team. He had a quite extraordinary practice. The judges said that he is too much involved, too much withdrawn into his own style. Doing a backward in touch and go 5 is something no one but Denis can do. But let's see what he does right now. It looks like there is its own microclimate near the start. It is heated by the engines, and now Denis Sarakaput is doing a transition. Unfortunately, one wheel has been outside. No correction in the second transition. You've got to collect the G7. We will take a look at it in the slow-mo. And then he is going through all the TGs and crossing the finishing line. By the way, angle-wise, Denis obviously outperformed the plan, but it definitely made an impact on the speed, because when there's more angle than required, it can slow down your car, and you shouldn't slow down too much. TG 6, 7, and 8, even though TG 7 is the most expensive one score-wise, the 7 is something that the drivers skip most of all. The text version of Drift Dynamics says that the speed was 156, but I hope this is the same as the Yerofeev case. I hope that the speed was all right, but we were told that there is only one driver who was failing to perform this regulation, but it was yesterday. And we also know that there can be various switching problems or maybe some slipping issues because the asphalt is cold this far. But it all looks like Denis was really having a problem, at least judging by what we see. But the diagram is absolutely perfect. It looks very well, but it probably means that the system is working correctly and the judges have done their job correctly too. Well, it is very sad, but he has another chance. It could be a very good run, but due to the speed, this is a 0. Yes, he'll have to save himself for the second run. And this is all about his second run, about the speed. This is a 0 for the first run for the driver of Lukoil Racing Drift Team. And by the way, we are now going on the second round of the first group. Since Denis Sarakaput is rated higher than all the other drivers in the first group, we could see how aggressively Evgeny Spirin is running to the start. It looks like he spent eternity in the burnout area. He's now more than ready. I hope that he's burned out very well. Evgeny Spirin had quite a good first run. He had a score of 83.5, which means that he has got a place booked in top 32. But now he can do something to improve this performance. This is still Toyota Supra A80. This is still the town of Novosibirsk via Steam Car X team. His second run. Right now, we are ready to start with the green light. So let's go. Oh, elegant white gloves. I really love them. 200 meters of running, and here we go. The initiation. Here are the cones. Here's the full throttle line. Here are the two wheels outside, at least. Then shifting inward. The front two wheels. I haven't seen anything like that before. Even yesterday didn't happen. But now Evgeny is collecting the 3 clips. Then he is in touch and go 9. He's breaking into TG10, and I think that he is pressing the accelerator 1 second late. But we will check it out during the replay. It looks like he could see that he was not reaching touch and go 10, and he decided to pull the handbrake a little longer to make sure that he gets it. But I think that he managed to press the accelerator before the dotted line. Speaking about the front axle, the front wheels outside, Alexei Vakhtin did something like that in the practice. But I wish Vakhtin learned from Evgeny Spirin, because this far Evgeny Spirin has been doing really well. And his first appearance on this configuration were absolutely good. And also his speed, 169. You couldn't imagine it to be better. Speaking about the 2 front wheels, it is still a question, because I think that one was still on the line, but oh, this is a near miss. This is a big save. And this is a very incorrect line. And even if the judges say that this is unchaseable run, I wouldn't be surprised. But he was doing so well from TG4 and TG5, but there was so much speed in touch and go 4, and I also liked the 6, 7, and 8 sector. But in the first part, in the first sector, the mistakes were pretty hard. Well, how can you do without? Unfortunately, Evgeny needs a little bit more stability in his performance. He has acknowledged that as well in our conversations. There are no speed complaints, but, well, you know that there are some others. Generally, it looks quite well, and I think that the score wouldn't be very high, but if you make 2 + 2, it is already minus 10 for the line. And if someone has joined us right now, I would say that Evgeny is doing really well. And when I say 2 plus 2, I'm counting the wheels, not the points. This is why 2 plus 2 makes 10. And I guess that only one wheel was within. But Stanislav Dolgy, whose task is probably the simplest, it is pretty challenging to see how many wheels were out there. 2 or 3? Is it minus 5 or is it minus 10? That's a big difference. Minus 2 or minus 5? One question after another. This is a symbiosis of different mistakes. The same that were made by Anatoli plus some of his personal ones. Some of the team mistakes common for the entire team and some of his own. This is where you can be creative, but I don't like people being creative about making mistakes. So, dear drivers, please express your creativity in other ways. Oh, it's only minus 7 for the wheels. Okay, so it was a near miss, but it is still minus 10 for the line. And commitment in the first sector, even with the overperformance of the speed, has been compromised. Because when you're out of the track, you let the accelerator go. And therefore, the commitment is compromised. So instead of the improvement, there is deterioration. 73.5. So 83.5 is his best performance. And now his teammate is coming, Alexei. He had 80.5 points for the first run, and now he's got to do something about it, obviously. Now let's see what he can do out of it. All right, here we go. Alexei Vakhtin has seen it all anyway. He has accelerated. Now he makes a very good performance in the first sector without compromising the track line. At least Stanislav Dolgy is taking a deep breath. And now, line-wise, he's doing much better than in the first run. And now there's only the third sector left, and now he jumps several meters up, and he does it very well. As far as the line is concerned, the run is absolutely gorgeous, but I would try to predict some commitment problems. Because even though the shadow part, the shadow side of commitment, I mean that it is in the shade, I don't see the front wheel very well, I could see some unnecessary moves that he did, but nevertheless, these little moves helped him get the line back together. This is why I have no doubts about the line. He is still within the track, there's a lot of smoke, and before touch and go 3, there was some handbrake pull, which I believe wasn't very necessary. At least this is what the judges say, and if they said so, it means it's really so. So there could be no doubt. Now on the replay, we see the same technique. But I guess it was also a way of keeping the way of the car within the track. Let's see how much deduction he gets. Maybe Alexei thought that the car was slipping outside. Maybe he was trying to get it back. He was trying to keep it under control, to get more grip. But, well, we will see. In transfer speed, you cannot do anything, but you can do something with the longitudinal speed. As far as the run in general is concerned, now the judges will show us what this move influenced, how it influenced the speed. I don't know what the judges say, how they manipulate this data, but it looks like there has been some data transfer interruption once again, because I don't see it. So either we will have to wait very long for it to happen, or it's hard. Oh, okay. So this is minus 1.5 for commitment, minus 1 for the angle. And if a car had, if the wheel had been out, it would have been more deduction. But line-wise, it is gorgeous. And generally, the entire run was good. Even though the style was compromised, we could see it coming. But generally, there is a serious improvement. Now it's 90 points. Wow, it's excellent. And now Alexei rises to the second line of the rating. Now he's standing right next to Dmitry Yermokhin. Anton Dmitryenko, who, by the way, is taking the third place in the rating with a result of 84.5 points. This is Nissan Silvia S15. That was slightly damaged during the practice, but the headlights, the bumpers are all intact. Everything is looking great. So this driver from Irkutsk, Anton Dmitry, is having a great day. And he is going on his second qualifying run. The light goes green and he goes on the 200-meter run in. Anatoli is burning out there. And Anton is performing the initiation. He's pressing the accelerator pedal. And then he's drawing a big smoky line in the first curve. Now the first transition shifts inward, makes another transition before touching goes 6, and straightens out the line, probably too much. But then here in the double transition, everything looks very rhythmic, unlike the previous attempt, and the line is also looking great. Now let's analyze the rest of the components. First of all, I could make a conclusion that the drift dynamics doesn't work very stably today. And we have got some initiation data. His speed was pretty sufficient. Anton Dmitry has always been pretty fast at the initiation. As far as the rest of the run is concerned, as he corrects one mistake, the others are made. It yields more and more new drawbacks. It looks like he could have ignored the touch and goes. He could have been fined for 7 points, but the handbrake really straightened out the line and his car found itself outside with 1 or 2 wheels. Then he also let the accelerator go because of that, and the speed fell to 75 or 70 kilometers per hour. It would be a serious style penalization. Now attention please. If Anton Dmitryenko skipped touch and go 7 and 8, how much would he be penalized for the style and for the angle? Because this is a very illustrative thing. Angle-wise, big, medium, big, it is pretty clear. And then he goes into this small angle and touch and go 9. So here in this part, I wouldn't really complain of anything. In absolute numbers, it is all okay, because there are also some corrections. And there, Anton Novikov, who has been seeing it all, Anton Novikov sees it even better than Drift Dynamics system. And so now, -2 for commitment in the first sector, -3 in the second sector. So, well, it looks like this is a deal. It's better this way than missing any clips. Because in the clips, if you miss 2, you can lose 7 points. And this way, he lost less. This is what you should do strategically. And Anton Dmitry is strengthening his position on the 3rd place. Of course, we know that he will be shifted anyway, because there are many more drivers coming up. We will see the parade of 90-plus drivers, and I am sure that Dmitry Ermohin as well knows what to do, and he can improve his performance as well. And now here is Anatoly Sherbak from PS Team Car X. And Anatoly showed quite a good first run, but there were too many mistakes in the most elementary parts. And now he's going on a very narrow line in the first curve. Then he adds too much angle for touch and go 5, which is absolutely incorrect. Then he remains within the track. Then from touch and go 9, he's throwing his car into TG10. And then on a very, very broad line, come on, leave those flowers alone. He is going to the finish. Perhaps this is the moment to refresh the ground. But what do we see? At the initiation, we see a small angle. At least visually, it looks too small. And then, well, the visual thing and actual thing can be different. You know, conscious, subconscious, visual, imaginary, everything is mixed here in drifting. But as far as the run itself is concerned, there is much less steering, and this is something to remark. Maybe he should have steered more, but going inward in such a way, ignoring touch and go 3, is a very serious thing for the chaser. Because where would the chaser go in this situation? Only let the leader go and then running after. This is not the best place. 3-wheel drifting, you see, and one of the wheels is blocked, which causes certain conclusions. You can see the rear right wheel and touch and go 5, then a handbrake transition, but this is the way you do it. You're supposed to do the same here, and you're supposed to press the accelerator in TG6. It's all about the initiation thing. Even though the speed looked okay, 168. Touch and go 2, touch and go 3 were both missed, which is -7 for the line. -7 for the line, 168 kilometers per hour, and the diagram is working fine. But well, speed is a must here, but this is not the only criterion to bring it all together. Still, to bring your performance to the maximum, you've got to do something else. You can also see our podium that will be hosting the best of the best, and the qualifying winner will be the first to step on that podium. So please remember where it is. So after the end of the tomorrow's competition, you can cross the track and join our drifting family and cherish the leaders. This is the -7 that I told you about in the first sector, but this is not -15. We had -15, we had -10, this is only -7. But still, there is a loss. It is not as bad as it was in the first run, but this is a loss. Maybe this is not something mind-blowing, but this is still better than the first run. 82 points, and now he is on the 5th line of the rating out of 6. I mean, among the drivers whose performance was non-zero. Now Vladislav Yerofeev, who is currently ranked 6, and he had 81.5 points, and he's going on his second run. Vladislav Yerofeev just needs to work a little more on the line, and I'm sure that he can do much better. He has had 90-plus qualifyings this season. Let's see what he does this time. He is using the curb in a very active manner. Now the Z is riding to the right-hand edge of the track, and he was almost losing one of the rear wheels outside, but then everything is going right. And here the double transition is finally looking good. He has obviously analyzed his previous performance, and he has obviously made the right conclusions. The second run looks much better than the first run. I would even say that it was a very powerful run. It was a cool run. It looks amazing. Starting from the first curve, yes, doubtlessly something should be done with the speed, because it was only 163, so it would be -2 points deduction for the commitment. And there would be some angle questions in the first curve because there were some corrections, but generally this run is an eye candy. He's not going to be penalized because once again it looks like this is a data transfer problem. Because there is some pulsation in the electronics. Something is definitely moving, but this is not moving in the correct way. Okay then, so we're waiting for the score anyway. As far as the line is concerned, Vlad has obviously pulled it all together. And the other criteria we will see right now. We will see what the judges think about it. But if we take a look at the rookie season of Vladislav Yerofeev, it is pretty solid. We could tell that the progress is obvious. He is really growing. And now let's take a look at the final results. Yes, Anton just confirmed our observations. Yes, so it is not only about me, it is about everything. This is a data transfer problem. The judges cannot really see how adequate the numbers were in the text version. So here how the thing works. While we're waiting, let me explain to you. The drift dynamic system makes some measurements at a certain frequency. One day we need to make a short documentary about drift dynamics because a lot of things, a lot of corrections, a lot of modifications have been there. It has been a long journey, but at a certain point the system is measuring the speed, and even before the driver finishes his run, the system selects the maximum point and sends this data through the chat bot into a special Telegram chat. This is how we see this text version, and it helps us see whether it's a yes or a no, at least. And for Igora drive, it can be both a yes and a no, because there is another option, which is the indefiniteness. And only after the driver has finished the run, we could see whether the data has really been read, whether it really is correct. Sometimes some little portion of the data is transferred. Sometimes we see only part of it, but only Alexander Nechayev, who sees the entire system, can check out whether it is adequate or not. But since Alexander is working with the judges, not with me, we are in the same boat with you, dear spectators. But I wish Alexander was here with me. But if Alexander wasn't there on the tower, but here next to me in the studio, he would also be enjoying it much better. But he loves the judges, so he's having a great time there. But it probably would have been better if there were two Alexanders, one for the judges and one for me personally. But, well, okay, let's leave it alone. I'm here all on my own, all by myself. And now the score is being prepared, and judging by what I see, the judges are very content with the performance of Vladislav Yerofeev. We could see that the line was much better than the first run. He was always in the correct places. But you see, there's like -2 here, -2 there. And this is the new qualifying leader. Congratulations on the best result in your career, Vladislav, at least score-wise. And I believe that this is a good statement for success. 96 points is a serious achievement. Let me also remind you, I do it every time, and I remind Vladislav as well, that the task of Vladislav Yerofeev was to hit top 4. Then he said he wanted to be in the final. Dmitry Yermokhin, 92 points in the first run, and he used to be the leader until Vladislav Yerofeev did his second run. Can he get the leadership back? But he's one of the most experienced drivers of the series, and Vladislav Yerofeev is one of the rookies. Can Dmitry Yermokhin change the situation? Dmitry Yermokhin representing Avtobalai Mall team. This is the initiation. Silvest 15 is initiating, and one wheel's already outside. In the meanwhile, Dmitry is pushing off to the right-hand side of the track, and we have to check the replay. And then Dmitry, in the meanwhile, is collecting 5, 6, and 7, and 8. And he's going on the last sector, and this is the finish. Traditionally, here Dmitry shifts to the right. He also collects TG9, TG10, but in the first curve, there was an incident which almost turned into a catastrophe. Apart from being outside, there were some big angle troubles, because at a certain moment he looked to have lost the control over the front axle. Maybe this is due to the weather, due to the cold asphalt and the underheated tires. But what happened next, except for this microscopic angling before touching goes 5 and 6, everything looked amazing. Like, this is the moment. And also there he added more, then he reduced it, then he added more once again. And then he stayed within the track, collected touch and goes 4 and 5. And there's a little no, I don't see it from this angle. You know, all these actions do not really do a lot of good for the commitment. It's like a gas burner and ice cream. It is melting. So does the commitment score. So the angle will be strongly compromised due to all these moves. And in tandem runs, it is on the brink of an unchaseable run. Because what is the chaser supposed to do? What to expect from the leader? What is happening next? First, the angle is 62, then it's 47, then it's 69, almost 70, then it's falling to 42, and only after that he jumps into the transition and finally complies with the task at 53, because the angle must be medium from 43 to 59. And then he begins moving where he's supposed to move. And regardless of all these artistic tricks, Dmitry Yermokhin still complied with the speed requirements. And even in the slowest points, it was 78.9, almost 80 kilometers per hour. So the run was pretty dynamic, but the first sector is just a catastrophe for the style and for the angle as well. You can add more angle if you can stick to the speed requirements. -4 for the angle, -3 for commitment. Well, it was all expected. Then the -2 for one wheel outside. And commitment-wise, in every sector, there is a little deduction, which makes a total of, well, let's see, 28, 24.5, 34.5, and this is 87. Yes, you could tell there would be no improvement. Now it's time for a safe. Let's keep our fingers crossed and wish great luck to the driver of Lukoil Racing Drift Team, Denis Sarakaput. Here he is. He represents the city of Vladivostok. He's E92, right-handed, of course, because he's from Vladivostok. In the Far East, all the cars are right-handed. And let's see what he does this time. Come on, do a proper acceleration. I hope that this time everything is good. And this is the initiation. And here Denis is already in the first sector. Is one wheel outside a sign of a good initiation? It is not a criterion. Then there is a little bit of handbrake recorded. Then there is a big correction and he almost slips outside this extra track border. And now he's already in the last sector. Too much angle at the finish. Just breathe out. He almost slipped outside. And also he could have done an opposite drift, because I don't know how he managed to catch his car on the fly. Both the text version and the diagram is going crazy. It was 170 kilometers per hour, but the text version doesn't say anything. But well, at least graphically it looks okay. Which means that this is not a zero anymore, and having one or two wheels outside should not be destroyed at all. So therefore, I guess the speed is sufficient. Angle-wise, everything is also looking nice. Maybe too much of angle, but without compromising the speed at least. Even the slowest part of the track near TG7 and TG8, it was 76.3 kilometers per hour. So in this regard, everything is going well. I know that this is not the maximum score, but it doesn't look bad enough as well. I would probably say that Denis started initiating a little too late, and he pressed the accelerator a little too late as well, and this is why the wheel slipped outside. This is an indirect factor, so if a car is outside, then it is very, very likely the consequence of pressing the accelerator too late, or maybe a consequence of very small angle. You see, the thing is, the way it works, the more the angle, the more the car is pushed inward. The bigger the angle, then the less it does. If you press the accelerator late and the inertia is driving you on a broader line, an excessively broad line, and this is when you slip off the track. This is why Igora drive is so complicated, not only in the second sector, but also in the curve as well. Even though it looks pretty simple, but at a speed of 170 kilometers per hour, it is extremely hard. Everything is happening very fast, and you've got to be very precise and concentrated. Once I tried to compare the speed in drifting with height for a rope acrobat. Because if the rope is 30 centimeters above the ground, anyone can do it. But once you raise the rope to 30 meters, then I guess many people would doubt that they would even try. For example, I wouldn't. The same happens to the speed. On one hand, the line is okay, it's very easy, it's very simple, 3 clipping zones, no concrete walls, no gravel. Well, there is some gravel, but very far away. It is there if you go very, very far away from the track. But anyway, when the speed gets to this value, it makes it all much more scary. It is a must for drifting. Without the speed, it doesn't work out at all. But just like in medicine, there is a very small difference between a medicine and a poison. It's all about the dosage. The same here. The speed is either medicine or poison. Yes, 2 wheels outside is -5, and it lasted for 2 touch and goes. -3 and -4 for the skip touch and goes, so -12 for the line. In the third sector, there's -4.5 for the angle. I know. This is because there was a big angle at the finish. It was supposed to be small. All right, anyway, Denis Sarakaput saves his life, and he goes to top 32, but there is 72.5. Not a zero. Thank God. Congratulations to Denis Sarakaput on being a top 32. He has qualified. And now here we take a little commercial break.
таймап – это больше, чем дрифт. Это новая история. Это время первых.
Вот команда таймап выходит на первый этап этого сезона.
Тайм-ап. Дальше. Больше.
And we're back to Igora Drive. We are on air again. We're waiting for the qualifiers. This is the VTB final of RDS Grand Prix 2024. And now you can see this white and blue car is leaving the track, which means that the works are over or almost over. Now it's so beautiful, so fresh and shiny. I think that even in the polar night you can see these lines because there has been so much commitment in marking the track. And it all works for our common result, for our common success. Let us remind you that we've got 25 participants left, unfortunately, and this is very bitter to say, but on the other hand, we still expect a lot of 90-plus results. And even in the first group, we've got Vladislav who's got the best result in his career, and he's just getting started. He's got 96 points, and Dmitry has got 92. Getting back to statistics, we've got some drivers who have won qualifyings at Igora Drive, and there are three of them. Arkady Tsaregradzev has won a qualifying round once, and it was in 2020, and his result was 97. It was enough for the victory. And I also recall his victory in June because the configuration was different. In 2022, it was Damir and his result was 96. By the way, it was enough back then. And in 2020, Damir won in 2021 and 2022. Evgeny won the qualifying with 100. And he didn't even have to go on the second run. He decided still to do it. And the engine failed exactly at the spot where the truck is. And back then, the team came to realize that they've got to do some work about the car, that they've got to change the engine. Working with the car was the slogan of all that season. And 2023, who was the winner then? Let me see. It was... we will now look it up. We will find it out in several moments. But at least you can now enjoy the beautiful view of this facility. It's 100 hectares of area. It has everything except for a drag strip. This is the only thing that is not here. Drag strip is not here. And all the rest is available. Everything you can imagine about auto and motorsports, everything is here, everything is functioning, everything is used. And there's an incredible number of events, racing, automobile themed events taking place throughout the year. And we shouldn't have forgotten Timofey Dobrovolsky, who won the qualifying last year in very complicated weather. Under the rain, he showed an incredible 94-point run, and a lot of time has been dedicated to that moment in the tire battle, now a documentary series. There was an episode about the young drivers, and this is when we spoke a lot about the success of Timofey Dobrovolsky. That was also when Timofey Dobrovolsky came to the final with Vladislav Popov, and he was only one step away from the victory. But he failed to do that. Here is Nikita Shikov on board his BMW E46, which is now called the Ugroza, or the Threat. It is the championship car of Grigori from RDS Europe, but now he has got the turbocharger from Nikita's car, and this strange tandem is going on the start. It weighs 1,290 kilos. Nikita has been pulling the handbrake for a long while, but then he let it go on time, presses the accelerator, and then, oh, it looks like there has been too much angle, but still he continues moving. And Nikita finishes his second sector. He is in touch and go 9, collects touch and go 10, crossing the border of the track. The BMW E46 doesn't really feel like going there, but Nikita is taking this car to the finish anyway. What do the judges say? Was it an unchaseable run? Unfortunately, it really looks like that. But let's wait and see. The text version of G Dynamics has now failed us, so we cannot give you any information about the initiation speed. So, what is also interesting, the E46 is much closer to Supra A90 than to Supra A80. But it looks ironic, but this is a fact. What else can we do? But initially, a BMW E46 was based on the same structure. But then the problems begin, because as he moves from TG5 to TG6, where you are not allowed to go at a speed below 70, it is 59.6. Yes, then he speeded up. He tried to correct the situation, but we also remember that in the next segment there's also a speed restriction, minimum 75, and there he's got 70. And most importantly, even if we ignore all these numbers, if we put them aside, what would a chaser do in this situation? Look for the answers in the new magazine issue, and the answer is there's no way. But in our magazine dedicated to Russian Drift series, you can find a lot of more interesting information. Let me continue the idea while we're waiting for the score. Initially, BMW Z4 was a first-generation car based on BMW E46. And Toyota Supra A90 is built on the BMW Z4 last generation, G29 base. So these two cars are very related. Or you can also order some meal to the spectator stands. If you're as excited about all these details, this is the time for you to have a snack. So use your application and the courier will be happy to bring you a hot meal. The courier will bring you some food and you can enjoy listening to us and having a snack. If you are tired of sitting, you can take a stroll around the technical area. You can go and visit a G Drive tent. There in the spectator zone there is a food truck from our official health sponsor Leonid Kitchen. Healthy nutrition brand, whatever your objectives are. Look for the Level Kitchen truck and food court. Unfortunately, this is a 0 for Nikita Shikov, and this is not cool at all. And also, we haven't explained why he's driving this car. It happened because yesterday he had some engine troubles. At first, they thought it was a seal, but no, it was a block crack. unfortunately. But in the meantime, a representative of Evolution UKDV by Georgiy Motorsport, starting number 11, and this is Vladislav Popov, the winner of one of the stages, the winner of the first qualifying of the season. And he is now on the sports section of the track, and he begins collecting the clips in the first sector. And this is sector number 2. 4 and 5 are done. Then a very brave transition in TG6, misses TG7, collects TG8, and then there is a double transition left. He presses the accelerator right on time, and finally he crosses the finishing line with a small acceleration, if I'm not mistaken. Let's start it once again. 350Z, we've got 5 Zs just like A80s in our fleet, so it was quite a stable performance in the first curve. Then, without any extra angles. By the way, yesterday Ilya Popov was praised and Vladislav Popov wasn't. And then Vladislav immediately corrected all his mistakes and started doing everything in the correct manner, just like his twin brother does. But there were no more briefings, so he didn't hear any words of praise. But I believe that if Vlad gets good score for his first attempt, then he will be pretty satisfied anyway, even without words. But I guess we've got another data transfer problem, so maybe some bad news, because I have a speed of 159 kilometers per hour, which is less than 160. But this is where the diagram goes abruptly down. And, well, this is where this angle appears, and I guess this corner is the obstacle for data transfer. I hope we have no more repressions, because we are pretty upset with Nikita Shikov's performance, and the zero of Nikita Shikov happened not at the run-in but much later. We didn't really expect that. I guess he needs more practice with this. He had to go to the testing bench at night, because a lot has changed about the engine. Oh, -7 for commitment in the first sector. So it means that he has been running on very thin ice. But this is yet not a zero. And if I understand everything correctly, this is 85 points. Let's check my mathematic talent. And yes, this is all correct. 85 points, and he is 5th in the rating. Okay, so there is any result. This is the only thing that matters right now. And it reserves him a place in top 32. We will see Vladislav Popov in tandem drifting, but this is not a result he would be satisfied with. Now we proceed to the next participant, and he is about to appear in the starting arc. He is somewhere in the burnout area, or maybe he's already on his way to the traffic lights. And that is Grigori Burlutsky. Maybe some additional resources had to be implemented, I mean in drift dynamics, and we've got some more accurate data. Maybe the speed was rounded in favor of the driver, but because every time any technical problem occurs, it is interpreted in favor of the driver. But still, there is another emergency thing. When you need data urgently, everything is downloaded from the drift box directly. Alexander has some assistants who can connect using old school wires, and then they connect to the drift box and they can download all the data directly and get the speed data and all the figures. But since we didn't see a zero, then it means that the task is considered to be performed. We're waiting for the next driver, and it looks like there is some little hesitation. Who else do we see in the same group? We were expecting Anton Klimko, but he's got a technical failure for an unknown reason. Grigori Burlutsky is supposed to appear. He's a local here. Then Anton Kozlov from Carville Racing. Carville Racing is on the second group. Denis Migal and Sergey Sak. By the way, Sergey Sak hasn't arrived at the start for his first run, so this is why we have this pause. We've been waiting for the driver. And since he hasn't appeared, he gets a 0. All right, so let's keep our fingers crossed. I hope that everything is okay with the car, because we didn't get any bad news from the team. The team has been fighting for the flanker F, and the new heart was brought from Moscow. And today I saw Alexander Antonov, the engineer of the team, who said that they managed to do it all on time. I've already seen Sergey practicing in the morning, so it looked okay. I'm now speaking about Sergey Kuznetsov. And I think that I saw Sergey Sak as well, but I probably may be mistaken. Let's get back to our partner that we have mentioned before. This is G Energy. There. Sorry, yes, Sergey Sak was the morning practice, and this is evacuation of Grigori Burlutsky. This is not the best year for cavalry racing. Sergey Sak has arrived. Okay. It means that, yes, we've been waiting for Grigori Burlutsky. There is some mess going on in the second group. Yes, Sergey Sak came on time, but Grigori Burlutsky, for a serious reason, couldn't come to the start on time. And he had a birthday on Thursday, and this is a birthday present. All right, things happen, unfortunately. Now, Denis Migal from Fresh Racing is coming out. He's the founder of the team. He's driving a Toyota Supra A90, the only one of 2. Okay, so let's wish it good health and begin. 3 reds, 1 green, and Denis Migal is going on his first run. Traditionally doing a little move before the initiation to keep his run in as efficient as possible. His initiation is done in 2 steps. Then he makes a transition, adds more angle before the second transition, and then he is breaking in the triple touch and go, 6, 7, and 8. And then the last 2 clips were also collected, and this is basically it. In the last moments, the car slipped off the border. The tandem of Denis and his Supra looks pretty well, even though this season Denis has been getting back to his Lexus for practice. I mean, Lexus IS70 with a new engine. But finally, he decided not to make any experiments during the competitions. So he is now competing on board the Supra A90. The 9th touch and go was on the very, very edge. He almost failed there. But let's get back to our G Energy partner. I have already told you that there you can take a picture with Aros sport car, but not at Igora Drive. But you can enjoy coffee or lemonade or watch our stream. And there are lots of other kinds of entertainment. So if you are bored of the spectator stands, I don't see any reason why you may have it, but anyway, you can always take a stroll and visit the G Energy tent. And Denis Migal, in the meanwhile, is going to the finish. The head of the driver was in a very interesting position. It's always interesting to watch them, because as they are going sideways, the drivers also they kind of tilt their head in a way. And as far as the speed is concerned, it's 164. So this is not enough. There will be a deduction, and the angle was growing very gradually from 28 to 58. So even though the mean value was sufficient, it happened at the moment when he was supposed to do the transition. You could tell that he didn't probably do everything he wanted, but this is the replay of touch and go number 9, and yes, there is a touch. Okay, so at first I saw it correctly. Let's continue speaking about the speeds. This segment from TG5 to TG8, there you are not allowed to go slower than at the speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Here he did it correctly, even though in TG6 and TG7 segment he was on the edge of glory, but he is still within the standard, so he will not be penalized for that speed. But even without that, there will be deductions. Yeah, so this is minus 2.5 for the angle, minus 4 for commitment, minus 1.5 in sector 1. And I remind you that there is really not that much to get for fluidity, and every point means a lot. By the way, 27.5 for the angle, and this is a total of 88 points for the first run. Without the penalties, he may get a 90 plus. All right, is going great, but this far he is on rank 5. Let's continue. No news about Burlutsky this far, and I hope that we will get some. And I guess that Grigori himself appears before us. And there is always the so-called health group. You can go there in case of a technical problem. Then the driver can have one run after the fourth group has finished its performance. Sergey is doing his first qualifying run, S15, number 71, driven by two-time champion of Belarus, Eastern European champion, master of sports, Sergey Sak. And this is the white line, and here you can see that he almost got in the power zone. He didn't get outside the track. Then there is a transition, and I think that the speed is also correct. The last curve, the last turn, going uphill, and this is the finish. I think that this is one of the best runs of Sergey ever. He didn't do anything like this yesterday, but what I could see yesterday, I think that this is a sort of a qualifying stress, qualifying mobilization. When you have the stress, when you know that you are being scored, you can pull yourself together. But there is a certain feeling of comeback. Sergey also acknowledged that. He said he wasn't having an easy time, and also the young generation has come up. So this is even harder now to get back after a missed year. A very good angle, and 168 kilometers per hour initiation speed. And there are some little angle fluctuations in the first curve, but I wouldn't say that they are that significant. Then a transition into 50 degrees sharp, then 56, and the angle is growing to 63, which means that it's becoming big. Then a small deceleration, then a jump into a small angle in the double transition. So altogether it looks very impressive, and also speed-wise I don't see any serious compromises. So I guess that all the minuses, all the deductions will be about the finest details. I've been watching the replays, and there, I guess, can be some little style questions in the first curve, because the smoke was a little thin before the first touch and go. Only after that he went full throttle. Then there was a left foot brake, which also doesn't add you any score. But anyway, apart from these two little details, it looks like there are no more other drawbacks. Yes, so this is the angle deduction in the first and the second sector. There is some little penalization. This is still a 90 plus, and this is still very cool. 30 for the line, 28 for the angle, and 36.5 for the style. And this is a total of 94.5, and the second place in the rating. This is a solid result, and Dmitry and Sergey Sak in the first run managed to get a 90 plus result. Wow! And let me remind you that going full throttle is very important. In TG9 and in the initiation, it has to be done. It has to be done in a very expressive way. Anton, the guy who managed to make his car work, he's still the vice champion of Russian Drift Series. He's still a real defending vice champion. This is a title that he will carry forever, but he's not getting to the same step this year, unfortunately. Now he's pressing the right pedal, collects the first 3 clips, and he makes a transition. He's already in the heart of Sector 2, and wow, just look at how beautifully he works near that evil wall, and then he is finishing the first qualifying run. He comes originally from Ulyanovsk, but currently lives in St. Petersburg. By the way, Carville Racing is a team of 2 vice champions and 1 champion, but not from GP. But anyway, a very decorated guy is under the flags of Carville. And 1 champion of Russia. Cool. Now you can see how he is working. He's so intensively working. very good footwork in some moments. Somewhere he is also using the handbrake. So a lot of active moves is being done in the cockpit, and you can see how it influences the angles. You can see that the F-22 is rocking from side to side, but the dynamics generally is very satisfying. During the practice, you can see that Anton Kozlov feels very confident as a chaser in many ways. He's got his this fifth sense when he is a chaser. He knows when to do the jump. He knows how to keep his car under control. He knows how to mimic all those little moves in the process, and in the practice it is also all very important. Yeah, so at the very important point the system suddenly failed and we don't see the maximum initiation speed, unfortunately. As far as the other speeds are concerned, trusting the diagram after this data transfer interruption wouldn't be right. But I am sure that the other standards have been adhered to. So we will now understand all the compromises and all the deductions. Let's see what the judges say. Generally, the run looked quite aggressive. It looked satisfying, which is good. So we can give him a qualifying pin for this attempt, because he is definitely going to the next round. It was all great, and it is always pleasant to see. It is always to see that the drivers are performing well, that they're doing great. Okay, so I am still waiting for the results that we don't see. This is another replay that is requested by the judges. There is some correction. I don't know what Anton Novikov says about that. But you could see that the car body was doing some little rocking moves. I like the curve for TG6, 7 and 8. Grigori Burlutsky is in the burnout area. And this is great. It's good that he is back, but it's bad that he has lost one of the runs. So now he will select the right strategy to guarantee a result, to save himself, to save the team, to have the representation of the team in top 32 at least, because I remind you that Nikita Shikov has to save himself because he's got a 0. So now Carville Racing has 2 saves to do. All of them, all the 3 drivers are in the second group, and I'm a little concerned about this team. But, well, even Formula 1, there's great researches were made about the Jubilee years, about the number of Grand Prix making a negative impact on the general racing luck. For some reason, Fortune doesn't like these round numbers. We haven't had such a long history like Formula 1, but anyway, we've been waiting for the 20th victory of Georgiy in Krasnoyarsk, when it was his 60th event in RDS-GP, but, well, it didn't happen. And Nikita Shikov is having his 88th event in his career. But this is a 0 for Anton Kozlov. Is it for the speed? Yes, this is for the speed. Oh no, Anton Novikov says there is no technical breakdown. So the diagram that I see is the correct diagram. The judges checked out the values, and when he pulled the handbrake, the speed fell beyond the permitted threshold. So we're gonna see 3 saves in this group. What is going on? Nikita Shikov is now here on board his BMW 46, which is his backup car. The backup car of Carville Racing. It was Grigori Burlutsky's last season car from RDS Europe. And now this is a difficult moment. Nikita Shikov has got to tame this unknown car. Of course, he has driven it before, but he is not a big expert in it. So let's go. Let's keep our fingers crossed for the 2-time vice champion of RDS, the most experienced driver of our championship. Nikita Shikov, with some corrections, is running through the first curve. Here I remember there was a problem, but now he is making careful transition. Another one, also very careful, Yes, one wheel was trying to slip away, but Nikita brought it back. It doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters is to finish correctly, and yes, now it is much, much better than previous time. And here we begin analyzing. So what is special about Nikita? In critical moments, he can concentrate and get to an initiation speed of 170 kilometers per hour. Wow! And then I don't think that the drift dynamic system is mistaken this time. As far as the run is concerned, overall, Nikita could see that under acceleration, the car is getting in a very deep angle, so he was very cautious with the accelerator pedal. This is kind of typical for BMWs. Under acceleration, it just goes sideways. Well, the same thing can happen to some people when we walk. The same thing was happening to the Supra A90, so this is why some modifications were introduced in its structure. I mean, the shock absorbers around the wheel, they were slightly modified, and it helped. It helped making all these processes more controllable, but on this BMW E46, such manipulations haven't been done. Maybe he didn't have the time, and he didn't have the opportunity to test, because at least he tested the oil in the mobile laboratory, and then he took the engine apart, and he could see that the practice was over, and everything that he had left with his BMW is the morning warm-up. So what can you understand in a morning warm-up? Just a couple of runs, just to make sure that you can drive, that you know the general control principles, because this platform is really not very typical for him. But Nikita did this task correctly. Let's get back to our partners, G Energy. They're also the partners of Nikita Shikov. They helped him yesterday. They managed to reveal the problem at an early stage. This is important to know. At 2 o'clock, Nikita Shikov is doing an autograph session at G Energy tent. So you can always meet him there. And this is a very good result for the situation. 89.5, almost 90. Nikita Shikov is booking himself a place in top 32. Good to know. And his teammates should support this tendency. Every next driver is, for some reason, is on the 5th place in the rating. Everyone is fighting for the 5th rank. Vladislav Popov had 85 points in the first run. He's got a space to grow. Yes, the first run wasn't very good, especially looking back to his practices in the last couple of days. And this is the only 350Z, the Furidashi, and the transition number 1, and wow, TG5 on the edge, and then by TG7 he is getting to the right track. This is the most valuable part of the second sector. And now car number 11 is already in the finishing line, and now let's get back to the exciting world of numbers. 168 kilometers per hour at the initiation. This is +3 compared to the minimum threshold. As far as the first curve is concerned, there the car body was rocking from side to side, and here Vladislav Popov probably was trying to repeat what Andrei Astapov did in the practice run, because after that the qualifying task was modified. Dashingo 5 was moved. Oh wow, too much foot brake, too much smoke coming from the right front wheel, but I think he took that TG. What style is that? Who is always sliding like this in TG9? Is it Sergey Sak? Probably. Yes, it's very similar. But generally the run looks dynamic. If we evaluate it visually, purely visually, it's quite even in the speed. There were some speed fluctuations, but they were all pretty smooth and careful. In absolute numbers, the science doesn't know. I don't know whether there's available data on it at all. But let's try to cheer our Drift Dynamics terminal up. But judging by the text version, it is supposed to be available. And yes, here it appears. First of all, it's a beautiful gradual speed reduction with some little accelerations for the transitions. And in the slowest part, the speed is 75.2. That is very close to the minimum value. This is the way you pepper your steak when you are being very, very careful. All right, and then there is very confident growth, and everything is correct with the jump to touch and go 10, and then the finish with a little speed reduction because the track is turning right and going up. So this is the first curve correction. This is the commitment deduction for the food break use, and that is it. That is not much. This is minus 4.5. So this is 95.5 as a result. Yes, he doesn't move. His relative, let's say so, because Vladislav Popov is driving a car which was prepared by Одержимый Motorsport. Vladislav Yerofeev is also driving a car made by the same workshop. So you could see Vladislav Yerofeev, Arkady Sergey, and the Popov brothers in the same garage and also practicing together. Okay, Vladislav Popov is now on the second line of the rating, losing only 2 points to Vladislav Yerofeev. Now, Grigori Burlutsky, he's got to do what Nikita Shikov has already done, which means he's got to turn his only run into a productive run. And here we go. I keep my fingers crossed all the time. They're gonna hurt soon. But I wish good luck to Carville Racing. Anton Kozlov and Grigori Burlutsky have got to do this. And Grigori Burlutsky is missing the two first clips, and then he makes the second transition. These are touch and go 6, 7, and 8. He takes them in the last sector. Touch and go 10. More acceleration, more acceleration. And yes, he was very close to the no-go zone, but it looks like he has got the minimum that it takes. In touch and go 6, I breathed in because I was very concerned, and I kept my breath because I was really scared. Yes, he's gonna lose some score for the angle, and there's gonna be some line problems. Here I felt very concerned because it looked like he's about to slip away or maybe even spin. It looked like there was something critical going on, and maybe he also got a wheel in the no-go zone. We will now see it from a different angle, but it doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters is that this is not a zero in the end, and Grigori Burlutsky fulfilled his task. He has got at least some score. 164 kilometers per hour, which is good, satisfactory, and the same is going throughout the run. Then there is 80 kilometers per hour where he could run at 75. So Grigori Burlutsky decided to keep it high. In the first curve, there were lots of questions that it would be at least -7 for the clips alone, and this is only the line. Plus there is a big correction, plus the food break that Vladimir Safonov kept saying about, speaking about yesterday at the briefing. You are not allowed to use a food break in the first curve, and he was very, very expressive about it. And here he also used the food break once again. He has been provoking the judges. You could tell that he is too much inward in a way. This is why we drew that line, so that if the leader goes too narrowly, for the chaser to have some space to go, not to run in the greens. Yes, here are the pink numbers. The first sector is a pain. -13 points at the very beginning. And then it looks much, much better. And this is 83 points. And I am happy to declare that this is not a zero. This is a save of Grigori Burlutsky. Congratulations. Of course, I know that he would prefer doing the same in the first run. I know he wishes it didn't happen to him. But, well, at least he's already in top 32. Denis Migal from Fresh Racing has already got 88 points, so now it's time for his attempt number 2, Supra A90. He's running in after the light goes green, and Denis Migal this time is going through the first sector. He collects all the 3 touch and goes, even though he hurried a little bit to push off the outside edge of the track. Then the second transition, also looking good, but then there was a very serious shock. Some elements, some debris are flying all over the place, and Denis, with no confusion, is getting to the start. His suspension has resisted it, and so did the wheel. Of course, a team will have to check it out, because that collision looked very tough. There is some tiles or some artificial grass. I'm not really sure. I guess we will see it on replay. I think that this is a very, very medium angle, if you can say so. Maybe somewhere it is on the edge with the small angle, at least this is what I felt. But the initiation was done much better than in the first run. But the first part of the qualifying before touch and go 8 looked just amazing. He lost some speed, it was 72.9. And here you're not allowed to go to speed less than 75, but these are all the consequences of this shock and this collision and this. I am afraid that we might have a long break here, because we've got to understand what happened, and also to clean the track, to clean away the consequences of this adventure. And also the Supra A80 has a very small side window. I just noticed that. And I guess that it may be hard to see something from there. Yes, there is some kind of artificial coating. Some rubber mats, perhaps, just to keep the dust in, so that the dust doesn't go into the spectators' faces. Because Igora Drive really cares about the spectators. And let me quote Dmitry Dobrovolsky while we are watching these results. During Garage Fest, I asked him why it was decided to do the final at Igora Drive. And do you know what he said? He said, Igora is always ready. And this is 88.5, half a point improvement. But it doesn't really change anything about his position. Okay, nevertheless, any improvement is an improvement. And we've got Sergey Sak. Can he improve his performance? He had 94.5 points. He outperformed his teammate Dmitry Yermohin in the first run, and now if he improves his results, it will be a good foundation for the qualifying leadership. Sergey Sak from Avtoban Imol, his second run, he had 94.5 points, and now he's going, one wheel is outside. And what is going on here? The transition doesn't look very successful. There is a correction after. And then the second, probably not the brilliant one. But I don't expect any brilliance from these transitions. And now you've got to press the accelerator and run to the finishing line for the judges to evaluate the efforts made by the two-time champion of Belarus. Do we think that this is better than the first run? I guess that this is a little worse, or maybe much worse, because there may be some details that we cannot see on the video. One wheel was definitely outside in the first curve, yeah, you could tell. Then Sergey also said that he didn't take TG9 at great confidence, but he looked pretty confident back then. But now it doesn't really matter anymore right now. Unfortunately, here in this sector, this is still the first curve, I'm sorry, once again the food brake. A little braking to keep the car under control. There is a natural speed reduction before the transition. Let's get to the slowest part of the track together with Sergey, and there the speed was slightly less than it is supposed to be, but 74.6, and we round it for the driver, 75. But the judges' arithmetic doesn't always work like this. I asked Vladimir Safonov, and he said that everything that is below 70, well, he is merciless. But he's a judge. This is what he's supposed to be. That's his job. From the mathematical point of view, everything which is below 75, it doesn't count. And we will see some commitment penalization. There is no improvement. And can you be a candidate for top 7 with this result? And I guess that he's on the edge. He's got 94.5 in the first run. But still we cannot say anything. Because, you know, our drivers always get to a very high level closer to the end. When the results get to 99, 98, 97. This is -2 for commitment in the second sector, by the way, which is indicative. -3 in the first sector, which is a total of -5. And what is also worthwhile noticing, 75 is the lower threshold, which means already that you are not doing really great. And it is based on the average speeds among the drivers. The second run is also 90 plus, it is 90.5, and Sergey remains on the third line of the rating. But well, a lot is going on. Just like the run of Anton Kozlov. He had a 0 for the first one. And this is the last run in the second group. Okay, so once again, we are making a crossed fingers combination on both of the hands and probably on the feet, because we wish to see the entire Carvel Racing team in top 32. And Anton Kozlov is already in the scored section of the track. Here he's pressing the accelerator long beforehand, and then he is making a transition. One wheel is outside the track. Then here everything looks well, but nevertheless it is -2 points deduction. And the last sector and the finish. And what can we say about it? The attentive spectators probably have heard me giving a sigh of disappointment, because according to the text version, the speed is 158 again. So the Vnuchka, the granddaughter, for some reason doesn't want to run fast. Something is going wrong with the speed. 158 kilometers per hour is the speed. And we are waiting for the full version of the software to say something. But there is nothing surprising, because this is just a website on the internet. And the websites cannot talk. Yes, unfortunately, this is 158.1. How come? How is it even possible? And even if during the first run I had some little doubts, because the diagram looked pretty sharp, here there is no doubt. It looks very smooth, but it is just too small, too slow. But I don't see any scores this far. But it looks like we are losing more and more BMW Z46. And do we see the top 16 zone being expanded? So if now my guesses are confirmed, then, because everything I'm saying now is just a reference, it is just a guess, then a top 32 may be converted into top 24, or a top 32 with 24 participants. All right, so let's see what the judges say about it. I hope that no double eliminations occur, because it's very hard to understand, and it's almost impossible to explain to the people what is going on there, who hits whom and why. But the final battle of 2015 of Pavel Busygin versus Georgiy Chevchan in Smolensk was legendary, when one of the drivers is coming from the lower bracket and the other is coming from the upper bracket, and then there are one more times, and there are billions of them. They raced over and over again, and Gotcha couldn't start his engine. He had to start with the second gear and muscular power. And also the same happened with Kristaps. And I think it also was in Smolensk, and also with Busygin or Rozheynikov, one of them. But Kristaps had to drive a backup car because his subframe was bent due to the grippy asphalt. All right, so once again, the judges checked out the initiation of Anton Kozlov. Why did they do that? And no score this far, because usually we see the 0 very soon. And now it is not appearing, which may mean that there is something wrongly measured. Because I never want to lose anyone. -1 is always bad. And when you're losing a vice champion, this is even worse. And while the judges are thinking, let's take a several minutes commercial break, and I hope that we will have some good news for you after.
В этом сезоне главная интрига — то, что у нас впервые есть легкая машина в умелых руках.
Команды ищут лазейки какие-то в регламенте.
Как близко, Антон,
Ничего нельзя сделать.
Мы будем делать все, чтобы стать чемпионами. И если команда-дебютант действительно станет чемпионами, это будет бомба.
Какой удар!
Происходит контакт!
Крутить надо машины и понимать, что мы крутим.
Тимофей, Антон Козлов, Чита Поповых. Они все зависают в автосимуляторах.
Легче едется даже, чем на симуляторе.
Можно судейский повтор и выход с дуги большой.
Для команды это, конечно, большая проблема.
Чемпион. И кто же чемпион?
Финал сезона РДС Европа в Рязани. 28-29 сентября. Автоспортивный комплекс «Атрон». Решающая битва за титул чемпиона. Билеты на сайте tickets.вдрифте.ру.
Моторное масло G-Energy представляет.
В чем источник моих побед? В быстрой реакции или в удаче? Нет, секрет в том, как ты готовишься к гонке, поддерживая на пике формы себя и свой автомобиль.
Умная формула моторного масла G-Energy содержит присадки направленного действия. Они мгновенно реагируют на любые изменения условий, надежно защищая ваш автомобиль. G-Energy. Держи двигатель в форме.
And we are back. We are back with a sigh. We are back on air, back to the qualifying of the 7th stage of Russian Drift Series GP, the VTB final of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, and we have lost our vice champion. Unfortunately, 2 zeros, and both for the speed. The judges were trying to find something good, and they did have the time. They had the time to check the data collector, the data logger of Grid Dynamics, but unfortunately it didn't bring any fruit. Anton Kozlov gets 2 zeros. Another 0 for the second qualifying run. And therefore we are losing another one. This is a very disappointing piece of news for everyone, including Carville Racing and multiple fans of Anton. But well, life goes on, just like our qualifying round, and we're welcoming the third group of the participants. We're not exactly ready because the white paint is still being applied, because you can see that there is a worker on the track and he is now refreshing the white lines. We can see the technical services truck, and what is interesting, Igora Drive is probably the first track where the lines are refreshed after every group, because it is erased and because we can also, and it's great that we can do it. This is a fact and it is established, but in several moments we will move to group number 3. And who have we got there? Andrei Astapov, Maxim Grossman, Grigori Gusiev, and Sergey Kuznetsov, Leonid Schneider, Roman Tivadar. That's a great company. Well, but now Vladislav Yerofeev is still the leader of the qualifying, and his best run is 96 points. Vladislav Popov is losing half a point to him. And let's get back to the comments of our judges. They say that Vladislav Popov is an example for everyone, at least in TG5. Near the no-go zone, he managed to position his Z in a very good way, and this brought him to a very good speed in the TG6, TG7, TG8 combination, and everyone has got to keep it all in mind and do it in the same way, because if you don't, then Vlad will be running away from everyone in tandem runs. You will have to run after, and this is a speed-up area, and you know that you cannot get closer when your speed is lower. So anyway, I guess that the judges have found a way to praise Vladislav Popov in a verbal way, even though they did it through us. They are kind of boosting this competition between the twin brothers, while motivating them. But what is a better motivation than competition? It is always great. Last season, Vladislav Popov was doing great job all over. This year, Ilya Popov is performing better than his twin brother, and you can tell that he feels more confident in personal ratings. And since Vlad is in the second group and Ilya is in the third, it already means a lot. It means that Ilya Popov is taking higher positions in the rating. So this is all little intrigue about at least these two guys and this team. I really like watching these friendly competitions, just like intra-team competitions, especially when the drivers have very similar platforms, very similar vehicles. It is always exciting to watch and to contemplate about. As far as the achievements of the Popov brothers is concerned, Vladislav is still ahead. Ilya has had a podium in the personal ratings, and Vladislav has already won a stage in his rookie season. It was at Moscow Raceway 2 and a qualifying round at the beginning of this season. So, well, the total of the achievements is pretty impressive, but I know that they're just getting started. We will see Ilya a little later. And now we see Leonid Schneider and his Toyota Mark 2J ZX90. And if you listen, you can also hear some music inside. We have already told you about that on our news. Can you call it a music box? A Japanese music box? Well, why not an Emperor's music box? Leonid Schneider is a driver and a founder of Time Up Team on board his Toyota Mark II JZX90 body, equipped with a music system. Apart from playing music, it is also waterproof, and it is not afraid of any weather influence. And I could say that it is a space modification of Toyota Mark II. All right, so this is his first run. By the way, yesterday Leonid Schneider was quite good. He showed a very good tandem run example when the judges said Arkady Tseregradsev is not doing it right, but Leonid Schneider does. It happened by the end of the practice day, and Arkady said, I was just too worried. But even though usually he is not. Okay, Leonid Schneider begins his initiation. Time up, team. He's already in the initiation area and the first sector. This is very thick, smoky tail as usual. And then there is a transition. Very good angle. No obvious corrections. It is smoothly growing, just like prescribed by the judges. The double transition touch and go 10. And Leonid is pressing the right-hand pedal once again, even though I think he could have done it earlier, and crosses the finishing line. Once again, if we believe the text version of Dream Dynamics, it's 158 kilometers per hour. But how is it even possible? I am gonna be very angry if we lose another driver. Let's make it in Formula One, like a 107% rule or something. We can invent a new rule maybe, but it is very suspicious that the speed is always the same, 158. It is surprising, and it feels kind of wrong, and this is the second run in a row when it happens. Yeah, so now we've got some hope. Now the guys will check what Anton Kozlov's sensor has recorded. But yes, it's 158.5. 0.5, this is what we see, the decimal point. And, well, let us not get ahead of the story. First of all, what do the judges do right now? Do they calculate, or do they consider the insufficient speed? Well, it can be evaluated anyway. You can always zero it down. It doesn't take a long time, but it takes much longer to generate some sort of a score. It was a beautiful run anyway, and Leonid Schneider always has lots of aggression. Aggression is something he's always got. I know that he may be outperforming the aggression, and yesterday he totally neglected all the track borders. And thinking that the speed was only 158 feels wrong. I would like to see the GPS logs on the car itself. As far as the borders are concerned, his spotter is a former line judge, Maxim. So he should know it better than anyone else. But well, you know, usually there are some service signals that let us know whether the data is being transferred or not. Plus, the diagram itself usually shows whether it's adequate or not. But now the situation looks very bizarre, because on one hand, the diagrams look normal, and in fact, they look pretty suspicious. And now even Alexander Nechayev just sent us a screenshot, and there I see absolutely the same thing. So it should be correct. But this is not a hardware data. I don't think that anyone could have reached the car itself and the logger itself. This is a little orange box which is fixed on the upper frame of the windshield, the thing with the antenna. And there you also have a port and a wire that you can connect, and you can download the data directly from that little box. And Alexander Nechayev also says that the diagram should be fine, and the judges make a helpless gesture. I don't see the gesture itself, but I can guess what they are doing right now, and I can feel what they're feeling right now. So the judges say that the initiation speed appears incorrect, but on behalf of Anton Kozlov, may I ask, what do we do with Anton? Do we let him resurrect? Do we bring him to top 32? Because it would make sense, but I just did some Titanic work, and I compared the diagram of Leonid Schneider and Anton Kozlov, and these diagrams are the same. Yes, Anton Kozlov is back. Yay! Yes, happy coming back. But I think that Anton Kozlov has never seen such emotional swing before. All these visits to the test bench with the engine say, oh, we are out of there. Yes, now they bring the defibrillator. Anton Kozlov is back. He's got a place in top 32, but we don't know what his rating would be. Now the judges will have to watch another replay. And just as I said before, this season lots of things happen for the same time. First of all, for the first time, well, what do we do now? Now we're going to see Anton Kozlov in his second run. We have never got back to a previous group during the qualifying. You see, lots of things are happening for the same time. Yes, now we are watching his replay. Lots of things happen for the same time. And here is another one. We are watching a replay of the previous round of the previous group. Stanislav Dolgiv has already issued his score for Anton Kozlov, even though here a wheel seems outside, or not. All right, so probably Stanislav Dolgiv did issue his mistake even during the run, even before the speed was evaluated. So do we not consider the initiation speed anymore? But I guess we don't until a special instruction. But now we can see the clouds hiding the sun. There is a big... It looks like someone is closing down the curtain. I think this is the first time I see something like this with my own eyes. It is happening so fast. What a beautiful job we've got. We see so many beautiful things, and we experience so many things. We visit so many beautiful places. And here I'm speaking about Chelyabinsk and others. Well, Chelyabinsk is a very good city, a very beautiful city on the Mias riverbank. And now we're gonna see the score of Anton Kozlov. But this is not sure. But what I can tell you for sure is that we've got an official healthy sponsor, Level Kitchen. Healthy nutrition brand. If you're hungry, our friends from Level Kitchen have got a full truck of healthy food. Look for the Level Kitchen truck at the food court, and there at the food court you should also look for the G Energy G Drive heated tent where you can watch our stream, get some popcorn, drink some freshly brewed coffee, and you can take a part in a giveaway and win some water oil and take a part in the autograph session of Nikita. This is 95.5, and this is a healthy score. Yes, so a defibrillator is a good thing to have. It can save someone's life. And by the way, at any bank branch, including our general sponsor, VTB Bank, you've got a defibrillator, so that if you have a heart attack, you should go to a bank. Of course, you've got to know how to use a defibrillator, but anyway, you've got a chance. Okay, so this is a great result. In certain situations, it could be enough to go directly to top 16, but it doesn't depend on Anton anymore. It depends on his opponents. And we're watching the first run of Leonid Schneider once again. And yes, I can imagine the surprise of Leonid when they say, you've got to go faster, even though he was pressing that pedal like crazy. It looked like he was running at one breath, and then the judges say, no, it's a 0. And by the way, the TG7 is under question. So we are watching it, and once again the curtain opens. The sun comes out again. It is getting nice and sunny and beautiful. This weather is the favorite weather for all the cameramen and everyone who is responsible for the general picture in our broadcasts, because this is a pain for the white balance and other adjustments. And now it's all different. Yeah, so now it doesn't look that painfully shiny, but then I can see another cloud coming, and then the cameraman will have to do another exercise. 93.5 is the final result of Anton Kozlov. It has been corrected. Okay, 93.5. Okay, so he's fourth. This is not a zero anyway. This is very far from zero. This is closer to a 100 than to a zero. And what is with Leonid Schneider? Let's get back to him. Now, Leonid Schneider, and what is his score? By the way, once we speak about Anton Kozlov, it gets sunny. When we speak about Leonid Schneider, the cloud gets back. I don't think that these are interconnected things, but anyway, this is a funny thing to observe. Well, yes, this is a qualifying that we've got this time. And I remind you that that our participants are using the tires produced by our partner, general partner of Russian Drift Series, Ling Long Tires, world-class tire manufacturer from China. Who else could that be? Very resistant and grippy tires. Also, if you didn't know, if you were optimistically dressed, we've got RDS Shop, official merch and souvenirs shop. Look for your style at RDS Shop at Service Park and online, rdsshop.ru. By the way, if you purchase goods for 1,500 rubles, you can get a superb special limited edition pin, and you can also get it for 2 drift taxi rides. That is also available here at Igora Drive. And gradually the score of Leonid Schneider is coming. Okay, here it is. 30, 28.5, 36.5, and it makes a total of 95 points. And Leonid Schneider outruns Sergey Sak. And he is now on the 3rd line of the rating, and this is only first run, so he's got another one in stock. Roman Tivadar, I guess, has burnt out and has cooled down again. The first winner of Igora Drive event in history, it was in 2020. It was a rainy race, and now the first representative of Takayama forward order begins running towards the initiation zone. Roman Tivadar and his forward racing S15. That has been through a heart transplantation yesterday. And now it is in the first sector, in the narrow line in the first curve, passing by one of the clips. Then he makes a transition into a very big angle, so it doesn't require any angle increase. Some questions about the track borders. Too much aggression, that is some incredible aggression, and this is the finish. This is a strong statement. It could be a super good run, but these little mistakes have compromised it. The speed is 171, so the spell is broken. But we are now just observing this. These are just funny numbers and they don't change anything, because operating a system that has lots of interruptions is not really right. We almost lost one of our good drivers, and therefore we will be more careful with the speeds. And this is a consequence of overspeeding. Obviously, this is the medicine that turns into poison that we spoke about. Here, the speed that was a little bit too high turned out to be too high for this asphalt condition, because I guess that the drivers are still guided by their yesterday's setups, and yesterday the weather was warmer than today, and every overspeeding causes late acceleration. And therefore you can fall outside the track, or on the opposite, you can push off the edge and then fly to the transition zone earlier than you're supposed to. By the way, the angle is too big here. Too much left foot. And this is how he is pushing away into touch and go 2, touch and go 3. But well, he's got another run anymore, at least. He has already got familiarized with the general environment, and I'm sure that he has learned his lesson. And Roman Tivadar is a driver who has got quite a lot of experience, not only in drifting but also in circuit racing. He used to be a circuit racing instructor for a long time. He used to work with people, and the speed is very good. Even in the slowest part, it is 79 instead of 75. Okay, so it's -7 in the first sector for the line alone. And then this is not that reality that Roman Tivadar deserves. He usually feels well in high-speed configurations. And here, I'm sure that he could have done it without these mistakes in the first run. But the second one is a chance for him to correct the situation. Now the score is 87.5. He's 11th, and this is absolutely irrelevant. But we also know that even decorated, experienced drivers can make mistakes. This is a fact, and this is typical for our sport. Ilya Popov from Evolution Yuka ADV by Одержимый Motorsport on board his Nissan 370Z. And he's also now going on his first qualifying run. So Ilya Popov, let's see how he can succeed and repeat this correct run that he's been praised for. Okay, he presses the accelerator exactly on time, but the car makes a funny jump. There is a correction, and the wheels, at least one of them, is outside the white line. And here, once again, the left rear wheel tried to slip away where it's not supposed to go. And then it looks like he is very cosmopolitan, you know, denying all the borders, if we play with words. But what is interesting, the 370Z is a little bit shorter compared to 350Z. But 370Z, driven by Ilya Popov, couldn't fit the track in a way, but I guess that the entire setup was broken in the first curve. I don't think that the driver expected anything like this to happen. This is the weather. This is the weather, the temperature, and also the acceleration pedal that was let go too early. I think all these factors came together, and I don't even know which one of them came earlier. And now you could see a very violent correction from 66 to 42 degrees. Then the angle increased again, and all that, all together, brought Ilya Popov to a wrong place. This is not where he wanted to be. But now we'll find out the opinion of the judges. We would really like to understand that. But you see that there is too much desire, too much energy. The energy is flowing all over the place, but sometimes it is not good. Sometimes you miss out the moment when you have to press something or let something go. And here it looks like he pressed the accelerator too late, but nevertheless, there is a deduction for commitment in the first sector, but generally, -2 for the wheels, for the line. We also understand that it was easy to forecast. And here it is, -2.5, and this is 91.5. This is still a 90-plus zone. Congratulations to Ilya. But what is happening at the spectator stands? They look empty. Everyone is waiting for the parade, and I remind you that the parade will begin at 2:45 p.m. This is how it works this time. Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team and his BMW E92 are going on the first run. This is the Andrei Astapov who served as a tester of the qualifying. And I know why the judges decided to refer to him, because he is their colleague from RDS Europe. And now Andrei Astapov is making the first initiation, fixes a small angle. There was a small correction, then another transition. I think something was wrong with TG7, but on replay we will try to see it all in all the details, just like everything that happened with the line in TG10. I am doubting whether all the wheels were in their places. Now let's study it. The run-in was pretty effective, and still, this is all for the record only. And the fact that Brief Dynamics is having some interruptions probably made the drivers relax a little. Then one wheel went outside, and TG10, there's another question, whether it was one wheel out or two wheels out, or was the border compromised at all. Then some little slowdown, that is okay, but the smoke coming from the right front wheel is not the correct thing. But this is all about the magic of the angles. When you're looking from above, the angle doesn't look big, but when you're looking from a side, the angle looks insane. So this is already not medium angle, it is big angle, but then it was corrected by maybe a couple of degrees. In TG9, I guess the angle was excessive, it was 50 degrees, while small angle is below 45. But I don't really see the problem because it didn't cause any speed loss. And there you can see that it is supposed to be growing, so probably it wouldn't cause a lot of problem to Andrei. But we will see the score and their distribution by sectors, and it will be all clear. This right rear wheel that we didn't see at the moment just couldn't go anywhere else but to TG10. So I guess the zone will be the TG will be considered taken, but the 2 points would be deducted for having one wheel outside. But the system looks like it's working correctly, but no one looked at the initiation speed again. And everyone can tell that Alexander is looking attentively at the system, but well, the graphics look smooth and fine, but anyway, probably some additional calibration is required. Or maybe Drift Dynamic system is not used to this attention. Arkady Tserigradzev will come and he will say a lot of new things. And now 2.5 points of deduction for commitment. This is the foot brake. Then 0.5 point deduction in the second sector. And it is also pretty clear where it comes from. But also the result looks very satisfying, and this is 91.5. The same result as Ilya Popov has got. Okay, so here it comes. This massive march into the 90-plus club that we've been observing throughout the last several events. Sergey Kuznetsov, who yesterday had to miss the practice due to the engine failure. The anchors in the rear are now looking very right because we're in St. Petersburg and Port City. But now let's see how the practice on Thursday will help the driver from Samara. Wow, there were at least 2 wheels outside the track, and also the speed was reduced because Sergey was trying to bring the car back to its senses and back to the correct line. Then the last sector that should go 10 and the finish. Let us not forget that even though Sergey is in the third group, here at this configuration he's a rookie as well, and if Vladislav Yerofeev, who is still the leader of the qualifying, did have some chance to get used to this configuration, Sergey had maximum 4 or 5 runs and then his engine failed. After that he turned into a spectator and he just watched other people practice. It took quite a long time for the engine to be delivered. If it wasn't stock, I guess he would have practiced more. Maybe they could change it overnight because the mechanics can do such things. But now let's take a look where the problem came from. And it is coming from the late transition. One wheel is outside, and this is the Idiatulin case from Nizhny Novgorod, when it looked like 2 wheels, but it was actually 1. This is optical illusion. An optical illusion, once again, it depends on the angle you're looking at the car, because it can change your entire angle perception. And the perception also changes the feeling. And from above, only from above, you can see it all. You can tell that the angle wasn't extreme. I think it was around 50-something. And therefore, the car was running on a diagonal line. And one wheel, so one corner is outside, but the 3 wheels are inside. But nevertheless, there is -4 for commitment in sector 2, plus -2 for the angle of course, it appears natural, but hardly any penalties for the first sector, which is very unusual. And you know what the system shows? 158.3 kilometers per hour. So the judges decided to ignore these numbers. So won't we. 88 points for Sergey Kuznetsov on his first run. So potentially it could be 90 plus. And I believe that Sergey now understands his current mission and he will fulfill it in the second run. Now here comes Maxim Grossman, who has already taken the podium pill in Krasnoyarsk, which is almost his home stage. And now he's doing his first run, Toyota Mark II number 44, which is more white than red. And once again, an intensive run and an initiation, and the right pedal, the car makes a little squat, which means that it is starting off. And one of the clips in the first curve was left unattended. Here I hope everything will be much better, and even the asphalt is smoking. Some tire debris are also burning on Igora Drive. Maxim Grossman is crossing the finishing line, and we are going into the analysis mode. I've been watching very carefully all those places that smoke on their own. This is a place where the overheated tire crumbs are coming, and they stick to the asphalt, and they emit some smoke even after the run is over, and it looks pretty spectacular. On the right-hand side you can see the cockpit view, and I cannot stop admiring what our broadcast team can do. They're doing better and better, and also the angle was very interesting, and you can see a very severe correction. And this is why his angle reduced from 63 to 42 degrees. Then he added some more before the transition, which is a mistake on its own. Then he fell to 61 degrees, which was over-angling. Then the speed was falling, but still it didn't fall below the permitted threshold, at least if we believe a drift dynamic system, and I'm really afraid of doing so. But let's try imagine that it kind of underestimates the actual values. But anyway, the speed was about 78 kilometers per hour, where 75 is the permitted threshold. So the speed is okay, and Maxim Grossman is accelerating towards touch and go 10. So I think it is all okay. Now we're now only waiting for the score, and it is clear that line-wise, as we have said many times, all the line mistakes always yield some angle and commitment deductions, which we see right now: -4 for touch and go 3, -1 for the angle, -2 for commitment, and -0.5 point for fluidity. And the second sector is almost virgin clean, absolutely. And this is 91 for Maxim Grossman, and almost all the losses occur in the first sector. Therefore, Maxim Grossman is now taking the 9th position in the rating, and in the 90-plus club, Alexei is the one who opens it with the result of 90, and he is 10th. Now here comes Grigori Gusev. Mathematically, he still has some chances for the top 3, and he will now run on his first attempt together with his Adler fighter. Here is initiation, and he presses the accelerator at the right moment, and here he goes inward and the initiation, and knowing what Grigori Gusev usually does, he keeps a little margin. He collects TG7 in a brilliant manner, and now he's already in the last sector. And now Grigori Gusev is finishing his first run, and of course this is a productive run. He's already in top 32. I just wonder what the score is. And these transitions that don't have to be that sharp according to the judge's task, many drivers still do it this way. Yesterday, Arkady even asked a question about it. I mean, Arkady Tserigratsev. And I also was wondering why this run is making such a soothing effect on me. And I guess it's because Grigori Gusev decided not to show the maximum of his aggression and savageness. He just shows what the judges want, and then he will add some more emotion. If it was an idea, if it was intentional, then it's brilliant. And he's also trying the judges. Okay, he says, let's do it this way. So what are you gonna do to me? What are you gonna say to me after this run? We will check it out, because this is really interesting. And I also liked how the speed changed in the second transition from 71 to 103 kilometers per hour. This is a giant leap, but I am very intrigued by fluidity, because transition is what you call fluidity. There's only 11 points that you can get for fluidity, so this is not a major criterion. Even if you don't care about it, it still doesn't really change a lot. But the judges don't like it when you neglect the criteria. They start deducting points from you, and wow! Here are some interesting numbers out here, and the more interesting, the more I look at them, the more interesting it gets. So I'm waiting to see the entire score and where it takes us. Now you will see it all together with me. And are we gonna see this big thing, this big table? Yes. Yes, here's fluidity, minus 0.5 and minus 1. So, hello, thank you very much. And now show us the final result. This is a new qualifying. This is 97.5 maximum for the angle, maximum for the line. How come that this is not Anton, not Anton Dmitryenko, not S15, and this is 30 for the angle? This is 97.5 Grigori Gusev. This is a new bar for the entire qualifying participants of the VTB final of RDS GP 2024, including this driver from Krasnoyarsk, Leonid Schneider. Time up. This is Toyota Mark II. Now Leonid Schneider is on the 4th line of the rating with 95 points. Okay, so now it's all clear what to aim at. Of course, the ultimate goal is 100, but now you've got a milestone set by Grigori Gusev. And Leonid Schneider is making it a no. Even regardless of what happens next, it won't be better. Even though here he collects everything, even though he's within the track and he does the double transition, there is smoke, there is power, there is beauty, but it's a no. The first sector ruined it all, unfortunately. The first sector is a problem for many drivers here, even though the most complicated one is the second, at least officially. But the first one is not far away, because, well, the first sector consists of the initiation and some touch and goes in a curve. But this element requires so much serious precision, and it requires so much adaptation. Here in the studio, everything looks pretty stable from the point of view of the weather, but out there on the track it gets warmer, then it is cooler, then the sun comes out and the sun disappears, and it all makes a huge influence on the tires and the asphalt. And many times we have seen very experienced drivers say, like, I did everything as usual, but for some reason it went wrong. So why? This is all about the weather. It is all about the temperature, it is all about the pressure. So generally we can understand the drivers. And yes, Leonid did some angle correction, and it will be a correction for the first sector. But well, one clip was also missed. This is -4. Yeah, so the first sector really ruined the entire run. 7.5 points. And everything is in the first sector. The rest is perfect. So it potentially could be something very good. But well, this is the way it is. Even no improvement. This is 92.5 and the 4th position in the qualifying. Yeah, so he remains 5th. And we are proceeding to the next driver, to the driver who's got to change something about his performance. This is Roman Tivadar from Takayama Forward Auto. His first result was 87.5, and this is the 16th line in the qualifying. And this is not surprising by how many 90+ scores we have got. And from Roman Tivadar we expect not a 90+, but a 100-. or even a 100. And now everything depends on this guy. Takayama forward auto is finishing this season with a -1 because Timofey Dobrovolsky has got to study. And this run of Roman Tivadar looks much cleaner, and the aggression hasn't gone anywhere. And look at these transitions, especially the last one. He simply throws, he tosses his car into touch and go 10, and it looks really amazing. By the way, Roman Tivadar got a speed of 171. Traditionally, over 170. It was a very nice and precise initiation. And even if we know that the system underestimates the speed, what could it be like? 174 at least, but it doesn't matter anymore, because the only thing that we may complain for is a slightly narrow line at the end of the run, because here you can see that he is adding the angle after the no-go zone, the transition. Maybe this correction is something that may confuse Anton Novikov, but well, it is very hard to confuse Anton Novikov. He will simply say, ha, -1.5, and that's it. Some little foot brake near touch and go 7. You could see the smoke appearing from the front wheel, but just for your information, a correction wouldn't mean a lot. It is up to 10% of the sector score. So in the second sector, 10% of 12 points, it will be like from 1 to 1.5 points only. And once again, we can see the cloudy track, but we believe that the sun will come out again. There's a sun at the spectator stands, but you can see how fast it is all changing. The clouds are flowing, but it doesn't look bad. I hope that we will have the same weather throughout the weekend. And now we are checking out the diagrams, but I'm sure that the speed will be okay. The speeds are absolutely okay, as much as it can be. With a serious outperformance, somewhere it is 75, somewhere it's 82. So this is for all the drivers to notice, but everyone knows Roman Tivadar, everyone knows his style, and everyone knows the ability of the forward S15 to accelerate and to get out of low speeds and to gain momentum. By touching go 10, his speed was almost 114, and the dotted line that you see very well is the deceleration zone. And then after that, you've got to press the accelerator before touching go 10, and you are supposed to press it to the floor, and then, well, you cannot really accelerate, but if you don't, the slowdown will be critical. But now, if you press the accelerator, you just catch this speed on the fly and you maintain it. The judges don't really require a smooth diagram after TG10, because after this sharp turn, and now, oh, wow, did you see it? We've got a new qualifying leader once again. This is the 100 minus. Thank you very much, and this is amazing. 99 points, Roman Tivadar. That was so great. At last, this is what we've expected from Roma, and at last we see it. Congratulations, Roman. I don't know whether it's a victorious result or not, but it really does feel like it. It would be very hard to repeat. But we've got the Krasnoyarsk case, and we've got some repetition experts, and we've got experts in 100 underperformance. This is Ilya Popov from Evolution UK TV by Georgiy Motorsports. Look how he starts off, because he is very motivated. No one wants to tempt the judges, and this is the first run, and it looks like the left rear wheel is sticking to the white line. Then one has really crossed the border. And here the situation is the same, but you've got to work through the last sector. And well, no, after Roman Tivadar doesn't look that impressive anymore, even if it's a good performance. The most important thing is that this is a productive run. Now let's see what Ilya Popov has reached in his second run. The first result was 91.5. Roman Tivadar had 99 and the first one was 87.5. So if the first wheel hasn't been outside, then at least twice the wheels were out. And well, after everything is very similar. Maybe a little broader in the first run, but the first curve, wow, it is much more impressive. Here the left rear wheel was there. This is 2, not 5. Here I've got a question, here I've got a question, and no answer. Or maybe the answer is negative. But we will see it all in numbers right now. We will see it all in numbers just so that we do not try to guess anything. Guessing is not the right thing. We've got coffee, but we're not gonna tell the fortune. And it looks like the judges have already seen everything they needed. So here are some beauty shots. Very, very good. Just I love the way the smoke is flowing. And I like this special configuration of the rear arcs, because we all remember what the accumulation of debris can lead to. You remember the fires of Arkady Tserigratsev. Now you can tell that Ling-Long tires are also fireproof. But, well, this is how bad it is to compromise the borders of the track. It could have been much more, but this is 91.5. We have seen it before, Ilya. But stability means skill. 91.5 for 2 times in a row looks very good. This is not the worst kind of stability you can get, but this is rank 9. So this is not an improvement. Okay, so let us proceed, and the next one is another driver with a 91.5 result for the first run, Andrei Astapov from the Coil Racing Drift team. And here we go, another green signal, another run for this driver from Yekaterinburg. 200 meters of run and flow passed by, and this is the scored section of the track. And here he is very far gone from where he's supposed to be. This is a crazy angle, and here he is making a lot of noise. He has already crossed the slowest part of the track, probably a little bit too frivolous with the borders. And then the last curve, too much angle once again. I remind you that according to the task, the angle is supposed to reduce from big to small. You're supposed to be straightening out as you finish without compromising the speed, and not to turn into a wall for your chase. You've got to straighten out, and this way you're supposed to go to the finish, because there is a turn, and there is a turn, it continues, and if you don't, then you turn into a bar or into a wall, and there's nowhere for the chaser to go. My heart always stops when I see something like this immediately after the initiation. At least 2 or even 3 wheels were outside. Then there were 2 corrections, and the second correction brought him to the angle of 37. No, there are 3. There were 3 absolutely for sure, and it could be 4, but 1 wheel still stayed. Then the right wheel was in the no-go zone, but at least the transition was into 60 degrees. And now let us wait. We've got to wait for the results. -10 for the 3 wheels, then -2. Okay, we don't have to wait for a very long time, because you can already tell which of the runs will be the best. It will be the first one with a result of 91.5. So whatever the judges say, there cannot be an improvement. This is not a 90+ run. And if so, well, of course, the judges are very scrupulous, and because a worst attempt still influences the distribution in the competition bracket. For example, you know that Andrei Astapov cannot go ahead of Ilya Popov, but you know the density in the 90+ zone. And here's another question I want to ask. Can it be an unchaseable run? Because I guess it would be very hard for the chaser. But judging by what I see, Of course, in the qualifying, it wouldn't be called an unchaseable run, but yesterday nothing was said about that at the briefing. But such corrections would be a serious mistake for the leader, and if it influences the performance of a chaser in any way, no one's gonna blame the chaser. But when this strange dance is being performed, I say the same words that Andrei Astapov himself would use. But when the angle is 72, but then it's 54, but then it's 61, then it's 40, then it's 36, then it's 28, 28, it is not very good. But there is not such much deduction for the style. Everything that is lost, everything was lost in the first sector. 11 points go away. And there's also -5. Yeah, so this is 76.5. All right, this looks like the first attempt, but it is a second. Andrei Astapov is currently 10th in the rating. And here is Sergey Kuznetsov is the next. He had 88 points, and this is 16th line of the rating. Not so long ago, we saw Roman Tivadar, and we could see how good Sergey Kuznetsov could perform. But his mistakes were just too obvious, too rough, and I believe they're pretty easy to correct. But at the same time, this is what I say from my commentator's chair, that going down there and doing the same in the cockpit is much harder, but he does. He makes a transition. He works through TG6. And now, come on, do it! And yes, he does. He says the car that Charles Ang drove when he won an event here. And then Sergey Kuznetsov is drawing a beautiful line, and he continues pressing at the accelerator as though celebrating. That was spectacular, aggressive, and most importantly, it was precise. Yes, maybe that was not the border, but still he collects all the control points. He makes a careful transition. He reduces the speed in a very careful way. The main thing is not to fall below 80 kilometers per hour. And then there is some smooth transition to the finish with some little acceleration. But the angle is increasing, but hardly any corrections in the first run. And let me remind you that in his entire career, Sergey Kuznetsov did at least like 5 loops maximum. So what he's doing now proves what a strong driver Sergey Kuznetsov is. Because a strong driver is, first of all, a driver who can come to any configuration, and at any configuration he can show some good result. For example, Artem Shabanov and the Red Ring. We have seen it all. Yes, maybe he didn't succeed in everything, but with his very first appearance, he showed that he is really amazing. My mouth just was open with surprise. I have never seen such an initiation, and this is the result. Only -2. -1 for commitment, -1 for the angle. And this is all in the first sector. And this is a total of 98. So he is right after Roman Tivadar. And as I was looking at the result, I really wanted Sergey Kuznetsov to get 99. Then he would have outperformed Roman Tivadar by half a point. But no, Roman Tivadar is 1 point ahead. But this is a very good statement for top 16. This is very strong. And by the way, how many drivers have we got? We've got 1, 2, 6... All right, so Roman and Kuznetsov. Oh, okay, one of them may still be outside. Maxim Grossman had only 91 points in the first run. Maxim Grossman just had his first podium in his career. He represents time up, but first he needs to qualify to achieve whatever he wants to achieve. But Time Up team has another important mission. They want to become the champions of RDSGP in the team's rating, because a personal rating is already in their hands. In the meanwhile, Maxim Grossman has got the triplet touch and goes on. He misses TG9, and there are some old problems with staying within the track, even though the last sector looks so simple, and then it is all finished. It looks like Maxim Grossman was just a little impatient. Too little speed, perhaps. Or maybe this is both, and as a result he didn't get touch and go 9. And he looks like it is so easy to collect, but this is 3 points. So what I want to say is that Maxim Grossman is not in top 3, but he may be a candidate for one of the top positions, because except for this little but very, very disappointing mistake, looking briefly at it, you don't see any serious sins. You see a lot of stability. You see beautiful transitions. You see very, very solid acceleration work, and I can imagine how upset Stanislav Dolgih is right now, because he's got to deduct these 3 points from such a beautiful, such a virtuoso run performed by Maxim Grossman. Really, it was very, very impressive. So now let's take a look at the score. Yeah, so this is the -3 for TG9, and the rest is just the consequence of it. But we also see that Tivadar is not under threat, and even Kuznetsov was not under any threat, even if Maxim Kuznetsov had collected that unfortunate clip. But still, the run didn't look bad, and it is still not bad. But these 3 points could turn the not bad into something good. But these 3 points also yielded the style and the angle deductions, so maybe it could be like a half a point deduction. But, well, he is now third. I'm speaking about Grigori Gusev from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. He had 97.5 points. Sergey Kuznetsov is half a point ahead of him. And Roman Tivadar is 1.5 points ahead. Now let's see whether he can show the maximum of his aggression to his benefit. And now he looks a little harder than in the previous run. And here as well. And here the unfortunate 7 is also taken. Here he's using the entire track, and here he's spinning the car around on the way to TG10. And this is the finish. Is it better now? To my mind, it is much better, even though the first run couldn't be called a bad one as well. It was 97.5 points, which is very good. But we have seen better. This is the only reason. But this far, it looks like a mirror. It looks the same as in the first run. But maybe this is Grigori, or maybe the picture is a little bit late. And maybe touch and go 7 could have been taken in a more confident way. He had to use the handbrake to stabilize the car. It was very clearly seen because the car made a little squat. And why the judges say it right away, this is because it is changing the situation. Instead of acceleration, you get something different. Therefore, we won't see any improvement. So 97.5 will not happen anymore. I can tell you for sure, but let us not ignore the achievements of Grigori Gusev. First of all, he's the last one in the third group, and in the fourth group we've got top 5 drivers. So the by-run zone is now expanding to 7 participants after Anton Kozlov was brought back from the from behind the mirrors. And now Grigori Gusev has to resist these the attack of one of the 5 top drivers in top 4. It's going to be Arkady Sergratsev, Damir Dyatulin, Georgiy Chevchanov, Artem Shabanov, for Evgeny Losev. Of course, this is the wrong order. But anyway, I'm just being a little messy, because Artem Shabanov will be the last one. He will round up. Oh, wow. I am so wrong. I've been so wrong. There is an improvement. So this is the handbrake thing. The handbrake thing cost Grigori Gusev only 1.5 points. So where we didn't expect any improvement to happen, there was an improvement, and Grigori Gusev outperforms Sergey Kuznetsov. He becomes second, and considering that we've got only 5 drivers left, he is definitely in top 16, just like Roman Tivadar. Yay! And we are going on a commercial break.
У тебя форма есть?
есть?
Тебе для запекания?
Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. И так.
Пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите накопительный ВТБ-счет.
Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее.
А почему еще не в форме?
Крутим долг.
А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим, где бы ты не был.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Если радио, то максимум.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
We're back on air at Igora Drive. Here is once again our line's refreshing employee is walking away, and one of our shuttles will now pick him up, and therefore we will finish the preparation for the last qualifying group of our VTB final of RDSGP 2024. The top 5 of the qualifying will now go on their qualifying runs, so we're gonna see 10 runs altogether, and after that we will draw the results of the qualifying of the VTB final of RDSGP 2024. Now we see that we can see that they're already doing some last movements, some last preparations, and the shuttle is now not a space shuttle but just a shuttle is coming out, and we are proceeding to continuing the qualifying runs. And this is everyone who is fighting for the top 3 for the leadership in teams rating and everything. So the second one is the best of the losers, which is a phrase which is prescribed to Bruce McLaren. But I guess that all these legendary races have given us a lot of wisdom, but even more was invented on their behalf, because it's fun to say a fun thing like a car can fall apart but only after the finish, and then you say, as Enzo Ferrari says. Well, he cannot say anything against anymore, but in the internet you can find confirmation of everything. You can find anything and anything. All right, so whatever, we are ready to proceed. I think many of you have seen the meme where the Buddha saying, I didn't say that. You know what I mean. Arkady Tseregrasov with his arm crossed in his cockpit. This is maybe surprising, but we have been studying the sports title of our drivers, because at the beginning of October we will have the Russian Drifting Cup. And in the final qualifying group we've got candidates of sport, but Arkady Tseregrasov is the only one who is not. He's got the first degree. In his time, he used to be candidate of sports, but you know that this is a kind of a degree that you need to maintain. You need to upgrade it. You need to become a master of sports. This is the only title that doesn't need to be refreshed, because this is an honorary title. We've got one master of sports of Russia, that is Grigori Burlutsky, who got the title for his circuit racing success. And in RDS Europe, we also have one master of sports, that is Dmitry Dobrovolsky, by the way, our CEO. And if far as I know, we've got one master of sports of Belarus, and our systems are very similar, and I guess that Sergey is still a master of sports. But now, the most decorated drivers of Russian drifting, and one of the most decorated drivers of the world drifting, Georgiy Chevchan, who has spent some great practice with his team on board his 470Z, and I hope that he will make us even happier with his qualifying. Lots of aerodynamic stuff installed on the car, 200 meters of acceleration, and I wonder how much grip there is on the rear axle. And you can see how the car is squatting down, obeying to the driver. Gocha is in the second sector, and yes, he takes all the 3 touch and goes in the slowest part of the track. And wow, we've been praising Roman Tivadar for the sharp transitions, but this is what sharpness means. Okay, so these are Gocha's specialty transitions. But this is now on forward racing 400Z. Gocha drove the S15 yesterday, and this is when we understood what he meant when he said that he likes the 400Z more. He told me that he did some experiments with the suspension and the wheel angles, so his team has been experimenting, but then he decided to bring it back to default. But the 400Z is in a perfect technical state. It isn't very fit. It has lost some more weight after a little diet in Krasnoyarsk. And Georgiy told me that the car was taken apart into pieces and all the extra parts were taken away. And now the car, you know, when the car was being built, it was only 260 kilometers of run on the odometer. In Krasnoyarsk was 60, which means that Georgiy has practiced a little bit. And I think that he even brought it to the Red Ring in its stock state. And we've seen some videos of that when he was testing it at first, when it was just a civil car, to check how driftable it would be. And wow, there is so much angle, just almost perpendicular to the track. It was 81.5 degrees, but it looked like a 90. Well, it is pretty close to the 90, but just for the reference, 166 kilometers per hour, so +1 from the undeductible minimum, even though it's not applicable anymore. So Georgiy has been very generous to us and to the spectators. But at the end, the diagram began to fluctuate, so maybe our data is not very accurate, but I know that the judges know how to interpret all that. Here, everything is correct, and here too. Here, as far as the double transition is concerned, I believe that there was some overperformance angle-wise, but as I take a look at my diagram, I can see 47.3. So this is also very accurate, but since the transition was so sharp, it looked even more. It looked excessive. But we've been watching all of that from the front. And from the front, it looks spectacular, but it looks kind of exaggerated. So this is not correct for the objective control. This is right for this, just for enjoying. And we're waiting for the score. And, well, the bar has been set very high. The bets are high. This is the last group, the best drivers. And here, immediately, we see this. We see this on the half a point for commitment in Sector 1. Half a point for the angle, because there was a little correction, so I wasn't mistaken. And, yes, the first run for 99 points. So he repeats the performance of his teammate. Now, the leaders of the qualifying are the drivers of Takayama Forward Auto. And we know that only Takayama Forward Auto have won the qualifyings on this track. No, not the qualifying, but the events on this track. Timofey Dobrovolsky is now playing truant, and he is one of the qualifying leaders on this configuration. Evgeny Losev, the driver who didn't only win the qualifying, he had a 100-point victory, and now he's driving his Berkut, his Supra, to the first qualifying run. And he also has an anchor. Is it a trend, some kind of fashion? Is it coming from Sergey Kuznetsov? Well, I don't know, but now Evgeny Losev is drawing a beautiful line with his left rear wheel, collecting the first 3 clips and then 2 more after. Then he's pressing the acceleration, but he let it go for touch and go 6. Or maybe he just released the pressure. And then he throws his Supra into touch and go 10 and finishes right there. It looks like it was incredibly fast, even more and more and more and more. And we are getting more and more Eminem-like. We speak faster and faster as the cars are flying faster and faster. But if we take a look at drift dynamics, Georgiy Shevchan did it into 25.3 and Evgeny Losev did it in 25.4 seconds. But the speed is 168 kilometers per hour. Grigori Gusev, by the way, did it in 24 seconds, 0.45. So Grigori is incredibly fast. But I think that this is not 100% relevant. It is also interesting how much the judges take this information into account. Now, 73.3 kilometers per hour in the slowest part. This is all because of the angle, because after TG6, the smoke got thinner. And this is something you can even hear when you are standing underneath the tower. You can hear what is happening to the engine. And also, some of the drivers have the anti-lag, and you can hear the thing, and it gives you away completely. If your throttle is closed, and this is half a point for the angle, and no deduction for commitment in sector 2, so we shouldn't look at the speeds anymore. Now, speaking about Evgeny Loshev, this is not 99, but this is 97.5, so there is a potential. And let me remind you that the top 16 zone has now expanded to 7 participants, and Vladislav Popov is now 7th with a result of 95.5, but we've got 3 more top drivers to see. And Arkady Tsarigradzev from Evolution UKDV by Georgiy Motorsport, champion of RDS Grand Prix and vice champion of the world, and he's going on his first qualifying run. 200 meters of acceleration, and this is very intensive. And of course Arkady is doing it very well. A little margin between the rear left wheel and the white line, but he collects the first 3 clips without any questions. Then there is a transition to touch and go 6, and yes, he also catches touch and go 8, but then he leaves some margin once again, and then in a very academic style he is finishing the run. But this is a kind of a little hint that he can do it even better. He can add more commitment, he can tune it up, but even this run was very, very good. You see that the car is moving, but Arkady is not. All right, as far as the runs are concerned, what is that wind? I guess it's because there are no windows, but this feels like a deja vu. For the 3rd run in a row, everything looks very, very similar, but in the best meaning of the word. All these 3 runs have been just incredibly awesome, one after another. These are the tops of the personal rating, and there is no doubt that this is something you should expect from them. Something makes them leaders. There is no coincidence, and Arkady is doing something untypical of himself. He is very careful with the angles this time. Yes, maybe they were slightly bigger than those of Georgiy Chivchan, but this is all about the suspension kits on the front axle, because on the rear axle the suspensions of Arkady Tsarigradzev and Georgiy Chivchan's car are absolutely identical. I mean, all the arms, but the shock absorbers and the springs can be different, and they just not can be different, they are different. I know that for sure. Maybe he is not being as sharp as Georgiy Chivchan, but he looks very confident. This is a very high quality run. The transitions are not that abrupt, but the initiation is careful enough. He presses the accelerator right on time. He begins rotating the wheels at the right moment, because between you press the accelerator and the wheel begins to rotate, there is also some time, even though it's very short. And this is almost Gusev kind of pace, 24.22 seconds. That is even faster than Grigori Gusev. This is the fastest of the qualifying runs we have seen today. This is not a circuit, this is not a ring, but he is faster than Georgiy, even though Georgiy was fast enough, quite enough. But then I recall that Georgiy didn't even always catch up with Nikita Shikov, at least when Nikita was on board his Supra. And this is a reality that was yesterday, and this is not something the spectators could see. Now we're waiting for the score of Arkady Tsarigradzev, and we can see that the score is gradually being prepared, and very soon it will appear in numbers. And now let's just enjoy the beautiful view of our track. They're so beautiful, the sunshine and the clouds. And this is amazing, but I guess that the cameraman feels a little cold, or maybe this is just a tower. I'm not sure if the cameraman is out there. All right, so it looks like something is about to come. Something is about to happen, but what I'm mostly interested in is why Arkady Tsarigradzev is not getting the 100 points he's been craving for, and he's gonna never get it. But this is our folklore, because everything happens for the first time. Yes, here we go. Why not? Why not? Let's watch another replay. Yeah, touch and go 3. Yes, here we go, as much as you wish. Okay, one more time. Did he kick it off at the right moment? Was there a false start? No. 1, 2, 3. So, it looked like a little something. I think that everything is clear with the line, but is it about something else? It is not only about the line, it's... I'm now talking to the spectators. I know a little more than you, and I get this information slightly earlier than you do, but there are some things that will be made public very soon. There are things that I don't know too, and there are some questions that cannot be answered without talking to the judges. Everything... There are some mysterious things all the time. So, but come on. Because this picture has changed so many times. So it's time we got that score. We want only one criterion, the last one that is still standing out. So give us a sign. And now we are looking approximately from the judges' tower. Yes, hello, at last we see you guys. Hello, I'm so happy to see you. How are you? You're wearing hats and jackets. Yes, that's all correct. I can't believe I see you, just like one of my football colleagues said, I'm about to finish it all. So, ladies and gentlemen, 30, 40, this is 100 points for Arkady Sarigratsev. Finally, he got at the final stage of 2024. This is something that we couldn't believe. We didn't see it coming. Arkady is celebrating. So, of course, there is a reason why he said that the final stage is the stage when you get all the payback. And finally, it has been paid back. And now we also have Damir, and we've got drivers who still have some more runs to do. And this is the 100 points expert, Damir. Damir has got 10 qualifying victories, Georgiy has got 9, and Arkady has got only 7. Evgeny Losev has got 8, if I am not mistaken. And now, all attention to the track. The driver of Fresh Racing, who's been fighting for the championship, but then he lost it at the previous event, but now he's fighting for the second place. Damir and his Supra A80 already in the initiation zone. And he is kicking his car with the accelerator pedal to make it move. And now finally he kicks it correctly so that the first 3 clips are not ignored. And now the slowest part of the track, which is never slow, 1 wheel outside. God damn it. So this is not 100 points. But anyway, he can go to top 16, and I guess this is still in question. And now let's take a look. This is a replay. Damir is using the curb a little bit to round the line, and he's doing it very well. There is a lot of smoke, incredible amount of smoke. No handbrakes near touch and go whatsoever. And now I'm speaking about the similar Supra number 81, and just I didn't mean to, but you still feel like comparing Evgeny Losev with Damir Dyatulin, and it is always great pleasure to see their tandem runs and their solo runs. So let's get back to the diagrams just for the reference, because even if we imagine that the system may underestimate something, here Damir outperformed everything he could possibly outperform. I haven't seen such a smooth diagram. I haven't seen such gradual, beautiful acceleration from touch and go 7, touch and go 9. It is also smooth. I cannot but point it out. I guess this is one of the reasons why one of the wheels was outside, maybe too much speed, because everything has a downside. But oh well, almost. I thought we may see another situation when there's on 2 points deduction, but no, half a point has been taken away for the angle, and this is really a correction. You can see it on the diagram, even though it was tiny. So this is 97.5. Therefore, Damir is now equal with Evgeny Losev. And these are their worst runs. God damn it. This VTB final of RTS GP 2024 is running wild. And this is our new champion, the 10th champion in the history of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix. He hasn't got any qualifying victories, by the way. But, well, everything's still ahead. He is coming to this configuration for the first time, already wearing the decorations of a champion. Artem Shabanov, his first initiation, and here he presses the accelerator, sliding along the white line through the first 3 clips. Then he makes a transition, works through another 2. This is the second sector, another transition, very carefully along the white line. And I think that there was a little crossing on the white line, but no line problems whatsoever. How much pressure is there on the rear wheel? I think it's a 0. It felt like he was scraping the asphalt with his disc in the finishing curve. I'm sure it was a 0 on the rear wheel. It was a flat tire, but this is not the kind of a driver to be intimidated by it. I guess that until touch and go 10, there was only one thing on my mind, and that was a wow. A wow. Just a wow. This is amazing. Simply amazing. I don't see whether the tire is still on, but if it is off, well, it did get off at the very end. But, well, we are missing the main expert of driving on broken tires, Timofey Dobrovolsky, one of the qualifying winners, the winner of the last qualifying round here, this configuration, who will, of course, lose his trophy now, and we understand why and to who he's going to give the title to. But if Arkady retains the leadership, it will be his second qualifying victory this year, this season. And because his first victory was it looks like the line was okay, but it was about the line, not the driver itself. It looked like the line simply moved, like the line shifted, because Artem was drawing a perfect line. It was not Artem who was widening out, it was the line that was narrowing. But I checked the tire, it wasn't broken. This is just super low pressure. And it was also hidden in the smoke. You could hardly see it. Okay, -1 for commitment in the first sector. Okay, then minus half a point for the angle, and in sector 3, -1 for fluidity and for the angle. So it is minus 3.5 in the aftermath. So this is the worst guy in the fourth group, at the best in the season overall. I think that this is quite a good result anyway. But, by the way, I know, Artem Shabanov is the 8th. He's the 8th, and only top 7 goes to top 16. And now there is definitely top 7 only. This zone cannot be expanded anymore, whatever happens, unless there are any technical failures. But here comes the question. It has never been that important to improve a 99-point performance. Georgiy Chevchan has got 99 for the first run, and he can compete with Arkady Tseregradtsov, but he's got to get 100 points. Georgiy Chevchan, Takayama forward order, let's go. And the Z is kicking off, as usual, squatting on the rear wheels. And this is just amazing. Now there's an initiation, and Gorcha, what is going on there? Was the wheel outside, or was it not? We will see it on replay after the run is over. And traditionally, a lightning fast transition, and then I guess that this is gonna take him an angle deduction, because everything happened just so fast. Handbrake stabilization, then accelerator. So what I can really point out here is, I guess Georgiy Chevchan will outperform Roman Tivadar in the qualifying. This is what I can foresee, because their best attempt was 99, but Roman Tivadar's second run is 87.5, and this is too little. I'm sure Georgiy is getting more, but here it all looks like it is really more. It is really more than 87. I may take the bravery to say it out loud, but if they take the second and the third place in any order, they will still get to top 16. And probably they will still get to the opposite sides of the bracket, and this is the main objective of any team. And they will only meet in top 4. They will not meet at the earliest stages, at least, and this really matters. This is the mission that every team is pursuing, and as they like laughing about, is to achieve that absolute. You've got to qualify in the top 3, all 3 of you. This is the only guarantee that you don't meet in the earliest stages, but none of the teams has ever succeeded in that. We are watching replays, but these are just artistic replays, just beauty shots, because the judges have already got all the information that they needed. And I'm sure that we will get the score right now. Considering this beautiful frame that has changed again, I mean, not the frame, but, you know, the sun and the clouds, they are never the same. And the colors are changing, the light is changing, which is making it a little irritating for the cameraman, but very nice for all of us. I remind you that at the moment Georgiy is only 3rd because he hasn't got any score for the second run. The first brought him 99. His teammate Vadar is 3rd. His second run, the best one, was 99, and for the first he had 87.5. And this is the result, -2 for the wheels. Yeah, I could see it coming. And then there is -1.5 for the angle for the corrections, and -1.5 for commitment, which makes a total of 95. 95. Okay, he is 2nd. It could have been better. Yes, we know that, but Georgiy is still in the qualifying top, and he is currently 2nd. He can, of course, be moved by, for example, this guy, Evgeny Losev from Fresh Racing. He's fighting for the title, I mean team's title. Okay, he's got 97.5 for the first run. This is how much he's got. And if he wishes to get a little higher, he's got to climb. He's got to outperform his previous achievement. One wheel is almost outside, or maybe it is. We will check it out during the replay, and we will ask this question to the judges. Now he's definitely within the track. Then another transition touch and go 9, then another one, and the smoky tail is stretching outside the finishing line, and we will try to see it all in the replays. Generally, it all looks very similar to the first run, but the question is whether the wheel was still within the track. But from this angle, it looks like it was exactly on the line. There is another question about the no-go zone and touch and go 5, because he was dangerously close to that border, and, well, maybe a little late he presses the accelerator. I don't know, but I guess that something will be deducted for the commitment. The right front is emitting some smoke, so there was some food break. These Supras have such long noses, so it's very hard to say where the wheel was. But now let's take the left rear wheel. Yes, here we are, here we are, here we are, and yes, it is outside. This is -2. Okay, so there is no leadership anymore. And yes, get the inner one. Come on. Come on, let's see it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, the line was closed, but this is not enough. This is not enough for us, but for Stanislav Dolgich, I think it is pretty enough. At least, judging by these beauty shots, you can see how concentrated Evgeny Losev is, just like any other driver, you know. I have never seen any relaxed drivers in their cockpits. They're always concentrated. But Evgeny Losev in this regard looks one of the most relaxed ones because he always used only one hand while steering. His second one is always on the handbrake. But I think it's coming from the Sochi incident, or maybe this is just his personal style. When he was driving a Toyota Mark II, it sometimes let him down when he was falling in very deep angles and transitions. But in board a Supra, he did the same, but he was sick. He had a rotavirus with all the beauties of it, with the fever and everything. But what is the temperatures like now? It's 12.5 degrees centigrade, so it's getting a little warmer. And 22.9 is the asphalt temperature, but I'm reminding you that this is not data to be trusted, because we know that the sensor is playing funny. Speaking about speeds, Evgeny Losev, just out of curiosity, just mere curiosity, 172 kilometers per hour. Should we be surprised the wheel was outside? We shouldn't. We shouldn't be surprised with anything. But is the score coming at all? That is interesting. That is interesting. There is something about it. 25.16 seconds it took Evgeny Losev to get from start to finish, and it's surprisingly slow. But no, the wheel hasn't crossed the white line in neither places. This is a little spoiler because I already see the line score. This is just the most obvious thing that I can speak about. But anyway, in this very situation, regardless of that, we've got 3 more runs to see, and we will have a complete picture of what happened in the qualifying round and how the drivers distribute themselves on the qualifying top. Of course, this final group will be on the top because there have been no missed shots. I mean, no serious missed shots. The maximum missed shot was done by Artem Shabanov, and he still has got a score of 96.5. We've got a great 90-plus zone. We are not having by runs in top 32, as usual. We only have top 7 drivers who go directly to the second day, to top 16, just to stick to the timing. And we already know this beautiful 7, but we don't know everything, because Shabanov can push someone away, so there is still something to wait for. And to get to top 7, he's got to get 97 points or more. And out of 25 drivers, we've got 18 with a 90-plus result. Wait, Sergey Kuznetsov has got 98. So he's the one to be pushed out. Damir is now 7th, just like Evgeny Losev. And for some reason, I still believe that they might improve their performance. Evgeny Losev still can, I still believe. But anyway, let us not take the wishes for granted. We can see the spectator stands being filled, and you can see this big ski lift. It is huge, and it is crowned with a camera. Hey, hello guys, hello, it's so great to see you. I'm so great to see you all. We're all so bored while we're waiting for the score, but well, what can we do? Because precision takes time. And by the way, if you are tired of sitting, you can go to the warm and heated G Energy X Drive tent, where you can watch the broadcast and get some popcorn. And you can also wait for the score, having a popcorn, or have some coffee or any other beverage. You can have a great time. You can take a part in various competitions and win various prizes, including the G Drive motor oil. Please don't use motor oil as a popcorn seasoning. This is for your engine, not your food. Okay, little by little, step by step, the judges express their thoughts and numbers, and we are also waiting. We can't wait. We can't wait what is gonna come. We haven't seen a 100 points battle this far. Or has Damir and Losev got 100 points at the same time? No, this is 1.5 points deduction for commitment. Oh, come on. All right, this is how Vladimir Safonov decapitated all our hopes for a 100-point battle. 98.5, and Evgeny Losov is the fourth, which means that Evgeny Losov should relax. He's already in top 16. This is a guaranteed position. And now we're gonna see the next run of Arkady Tseregratsev. And we will definitely not see Arkady Tseregratsev in top 32, we can tell that for sure, but we're gonna see his second qualifying run. So, can you make it 100 for the second time in a row? This is a challenge. Could you repeat it? Initiation, and let's go. First, there comes smoke from the handbrake, then the acceleration, smoke, smoke and smoke and smoke. And then there's a little correction between TG4 and TG5. And nevertheless, exactly on the white line to touch and go 8. And the last transition, woo! Yeah, this is something special. This is a Cobra jump. A Cobra should envy such a style. This is more of a mongoose. Oh, this is something amazing. As we know, mongooses can eat cobras. I have never seen such a striking, lightning fast scoring after a run. I have never seen it in my life. It has been 15 years, as long as RDS exists. So, before I say something, Arkady Tseregratsev keeps amazing us. Will there be a villain? Will there be someone who breaks it? Will there be who takes the burden? Now it's getting more and more complicated. It's getting harder and harder to imagine a situation that can move Arkady Tseregratsev away from the first place. But there is still a potential chance. There are less and less candidates left. There are only 2. Now, Arkady decided to start with some movement, no more stop times. And now let's see, left foot doesn't even touch the pedal. Yes, no windows, so easy to breathe. Please take a notice of his feet. His foot is not even close to the brake pedal. Why so? Because real samurais don't hold their feet like this. But it depends. Because this is just a driving style, and it depends on the person. And so, this is 200 points for Arkady Tseregratsev. This is something unthinkable. Amazing. This is absolute Arkady Tseregratsev. You're invited for an interview. We have never seen it ever, ever, ever. This is the first time ever. It looks like his compensation for the previous event here at Igora Drive, when everyone felt that it was a 100, but the judges didn't agree. So now, there are 2 runs for us to see in this qualifying, and this will not influence the victory, but Damir Yaturin now has a problem to tackle. Damir Yaturin is now running in, and he is doing the initiation. Of course, he collects the first 3 clips, makes a transition, and there's too much angle and one wheel outside. This is already complicating the situation if it doesn't ruin all his chances for the maximum, the last sector. But it looks like everything happened in sector 2. Now all the chances become ghostly, but well, who knows? Maybe I am mistaken. Well, I could be. Or maybe there was no wheel outside, because I have been mistaken before. Who knows? Let's see a replay. The second run is definitely faster than the first, I mean speed-wise. It looks like he just turned the dimmer with a commitment written underneath. He turned it to maximum. And let me remind you, or not. Okay, it is all about the angle now. Damir was 7th in the qualifying rating with a result of 97.5, losing 1 point. and Artem Shabanov is losing 1 point to him. So Damir Datulin can either take himself to a safe position or maybe not. So if Damir gets at least 98 points, he rises to the at least 1 or 2 steps higher, because Grigori Gusev has the same score, and then the style score will be compared, which I cannot do because all my records are very messy. I need someone qualified to do that. And in this zone, in this top 32 zones, this zone will not see Damir Datulin, but if Damir makes no improvement, then Artem Shabanov can easily push him away. And therefore he will climb up to that top 16 zone, pushing everyone away with his elbows. And this is all super important for the team's competition, because once again I remind you that there are 2 drivers of Fresh Racing who are virtually in top 16. And if Artem Shabanov is not in top 7 of the qualifying, then the entire time-up team will have to compete through top 32. And this is additional load on the cars. This is additional stress for the drivers. This is additional stress on the entire team. And no guarantees whatsoever. We are at the point where every driver, any driver, can defeat any driver. There are no favorites anymore. No 100% favorites anymore, which has been multiply proven by history and life in general. So the intrigue is very, very strong. It is very, very interesting. There's a lot of suspense in the air. And do you think we will see this score at all? We're still waiting, or is someone hiding the score away from us? I don't know. Anyway, we've got 2 out of 3 once again. But these 2 out of 3 look very promising. And I'm sure that we're gonna hear a lot of noise. But statistically, we are already recording the 8th qualifying victory in the statistic of Arkady Tsarigradzev, so he's now equal to Evgeny Losev. And here's what happens. Here's what happens when it happens. Anton Novikov found a little something in the performance of Damir Datulin. So this is 99.5. And this is rank 2, of course. So if Artem Shabanov can eliminate anyone from this group, then this is gonna be someone else. This is gonna be Sergey Kuznetsov. So for this to happen, Artem Shabanov has got to achieve at least 98 points. Can he do that? I'm sure he can. Will he do that? We will find it out very soon. Artem Shabanov, time-up team. He is already a champion of RDS GP 2024. He is only not decorated yet. He's 10th champion of our series, and this is his last qualifying run in this season. And very, very soon, the VTB final of Russian Drift Series 2024 will get to the waiting mode, waiting for the tandem runs. Yes, this was a very beautiful run. And now let's try to foresee how effective it actually was. I thought Artem Shabanov would go sideways right to the garage of his team, but he didn't. So it was just kidding. There was a correction right after the initiation. You could see it with the naked eye. Then, speed-wise, if the cars start off in a synchronized manner on the left and the right-hand side, then you can see that on the right-hand side he's running much faster. But except for this correction, I don't see anything else. And this is a very little correction. So there was the angle went down, but it didn't go up again, which proves a high qualification of this driver. Apart from his being a champion, he's also an incredibly talented and skillful driver. So this skill has been proven once again. But it was a big correction from 67 to 49 degrees, and then it continued falling to 44.8 degrees. So it wasn't even medium angle. Then it increased to 54. So there were some fluctuations in the first sector. They were pretty articulate, just like designers can play with fonts. Similarly, Artem Shabanov was playing with angles, and whoa! Come on! Are you sure? Are you sure this is the way it looks? Only half a point of deduction. And Artem Shabanov gets 99.5 points. He made a little correction, but there were no other mistakes whatsoever. He's third in the qualifying, and he kicks Sergey Kuznetsov out from the top 16 zone. We will see Sergey Kuznetsov in top 16. Well, I mean, Sergey Kuznetsov will get to top 16 only if he wins a heat in top 32. He will have to fight for it. I did mean he will not appear. He will, and we will see him today. Can we now show you the qualifying results? Because, okay, we can't. So now we take a little commercial break, and then we will get back together and we will show you the final qualifying results. And then we will definitely tell you for sure who we will not see today in top 32.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим, где бы ты не был.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Если радио, то максимум.
В этом сезоне главная интрига — то, что у нас впервые есть легкая машина в умелых руках.
команды ищут лазейки какие-то в регламенте.
Как близко, Антон, как
Ничего нельзя сделать.
Мы будем делать все, чтобы стать чемпионами. И если команда-дебютант действительно станет чемпионами, это будет бомба.
Какой удар!
Происходит контакт!
Крутить надо машины и понимать, что мы крутим. Тимофей, Антон Козлов, Чита Поповых. Они все зависают в автосимуляторах.
Легче едется даже, чем на симуляторе.
Можно судейский повтор и выход из дуги большой.
Для команды это, конечно, большая проблема.
Чемпион. И кто же чемпион?
Таймап — это больше, чем дрифт. Это новая история.
Это время первых. Вот команда Таймап выходит на первый этап этого сезона.
Таймап. Дальше. Больше.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
У тебя форма есть? Тебе для запекания? Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. И так.
Пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите накопительный ВТБ счет.
Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее.
А почему еще не в форме?
Крутим долг.
А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Финал сезона РДС Европа в Рязани. 28-29 сентября. Автоспортивный комплекс «Атрон». Решающая битва за титул чемпиона. Билеты на сайте tickets.drifte.ru.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
So, my friends, we are back on air. It required a little break for the judges to see some more data from Field Dynamics to see whether it is reliable or not, whether a review of the results is required. As far as I understand, no changes have occurred, so we can show you the final qualifying results of the VTB final of Russian Drift Series 2024. Really, I don't remember seeing a top 5 of 99 and more, and top 8 of 98 plus. So in 2 points we've got so many people, and one of them is not getting to top 16. So 98 points is not enough to be in top 7. Have you ever seen anything like that? Have you ever seen one driver doing two runs of 100 points in a row? Have you ever seen 2 drivers getting 99.5 points? There are so many things we have never seen before. And Vladislav Yerofeyev is now 9th. For a very long while, he was a leader with the qualifying rating. And all in all, we've got 18 people out of 25 who's got a 90-plus result. Can you imagine that? Well, we say it every time, but this is probably one of the most vibrant and the most effective qualifyings in the history of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix. Ilya Popov is 16th, and Alexei Vakhtin, who has got 90 sharp, is on the 18th place. This is not the first time he's got that result, but well, he's only 18th with that performance. Nikita Shikov on his backup car saved himself, and he almost achieved a 90, but still it was incredible self-possession. Also 83 points. Grigori Burlutsky is 23rd. Please notice Anatoli Sherbak with the 82 points is 24th. And Denis Sarakaput rounds up the qualifying rating, who had a 0 for the first run, and it was not about the speed. And in the second, he's got only 72.5. He probably failed to pull himself together, but we hope that he can show us better. This is the only driver who couldn't get 80 or more points. What are the next plans? Let's talk about this now. Traditionally, we've got an opening ceremony. At 4 p.m., we begin top 32. And before that, you will see our traditional pre-race and, of course, the opening ceremony. For those who are now here at Igora Drive, I remind you that we will meet at 2:45 p.m. for the opening. We will open our VTB final of RDS Grand Prix 2024 altogether. See you soon.